this game. I want to see what Axe does. There's been a lot of talk about, how strong is this Axe jungle. I'll say that on the Radiant side, I messed around with it for a long time in lobby, just like going through it game after game after game after game. And in the jungle, you can get level 6 by 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Depending upon the creeps that you get, and then regardless of what creeps you get by 4 minutes, you should be able to have level 6 up and online if left to completely to your own devices. So there's a lot of potential that if they just don't punish the Axe if he goes to the jungle, they could be having a problem to deal with.
Right, but that's assuming that he will go straight to the jungle,
Right.
because right now, I wouldn't be surprised if MAX.Y goes for something like a defensive tri-lane, or not necessarily committing to it, but this Earth Spirit will be roaming around, but definitely spending a majority of his time in the safe lane, keeping track of this Juggernaut, and making it difficult for this Nyx Assassin to get a good start, because more than Axe getting a good start, I'm concerned of Nyx getting a good start. Like, Axe, if he does manage to get an early Blink Dagger, if he does go for the straight Iron Talon straight to the jungle, he doesn't really have much to do after that. Like, his team doesn't have the damage early on to be able to follow up on a Blink initiation. So, I mean, ideally, maybe Morphling is sitting around at low HP, you get a Blink, taunt, and then immediately Earth Spirit can silence. But if the Earth Spirit's not there, there's no way that Axe can kill this Morphling. Mirana is going to be a difficult target, Nyx Assassin is going to be difficult, Dazzle you can hope to get, and obviously Calling Blade is going to be countering Shallow Grave all game long, but right now, I even in the laning phases I'm favoring power gaming, mid-game I'm favoring power gaming, it'll just depend.
Yeah, I would tend to agree that particularly, I mean, it really depends on what MAX.Y do with these laning stages, because I think that there is some value at least. Clark, he's going to have maybe a bit of a tough time. I want to see how the Mirana offlane works out, that I'm assuming we're going to be seeing here, since it is going to be...
Either Mirana... I'm imagining it's more going to be Nyx Assassin offlane. Mirana, I imagine, is going to be spending the majority of her time roaming around trying to get arrow kills, because unlike MAX.Y, Power Gaming definitely can kill MAX.Y if they find a good setup, if they find a good arrow. I mean, definitely Nyx or Morphling will be able to kill some people.
I thought 343 was playing the offlane, but it looks like you're right. I'm a little confused why they put him on the Mirana then. I guess that this is just, maybe it's easier to try and substitute in a player, because he obviously wasn't playing with this team previously, and it's just for this event.
And I don't know very many teams very well, but I do know Power Gaming for some reason, and I do know MTR, as I had said earlier, plays a mean offlane, and so I know 343 as well, is familiar with the role, but seeing as how he's going to be the stand-in, I guess he's the one filling in the gaps that Power Gaming's missing.
Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Well, it's going to be tough, because, I mean, I don't know. There's been a lot of, there was a lot of controversy surrounding 343, not controversy so much as criticism of his play, I think, and, that being maybe one of the reasons that there was struggles leading up to TI, obviously himself when you get to TI on Fnatic, but a little bit of an interesting one. We'll see how this works. Early rotation and movement up towards the top lane, it looks like Sugar Baby is going to be leading the way, along with Mr. Mool himself. I going off of what you were talking about previously as well, with the Axe not necessarily wanting to pick up a quick Blink Dagger, I think it really just goes to show maybe this is more worth going back instead for an early Vanguard, and then trying to stack up the Ancients, and then eventually take that down for him, and then you build into an early Vanguard and Blink Dagger, and then suddenly you can start being a bully all around the map.
That would be nice, especially because it's difficult for MAX.Y to deal with this Morphling, like I'd said, even though they have like an Axe to be a frontlining hero. Morphling deals a lot of physical damage, and Axe will have quite a bit of trouble against this OD. I mean, like, if he does get, like, Blink Initiation, he might get Astraled, his target might get Astraled, and as a Strength Arrow, Sanity's Eclipse just obliterate him whenever he jumps into fights, so I would like to see him tank up first, maybe get Blade Mail, maybe get Vanguard, but the Blink Dagger initiation is going to be necessary at some point, though.
Well, almost got to watch the first rune spawn.
It was too good to be true. Like, the game started on time, but on time is in air quotes right now.
Yeah, a little bit interesting. Again, let me actually see if I can pull up the feed for the other games that are going on, because
You guys should see it. This is a handsome arena.
well, I don't want to sort of give
Build it
them
up
all...
too much. No, let's make it
Exactly.
sound as amazing as possible, because they're never. Yeah, dude, it changed my life. I saw
Lordy.
I saw that feed come in, and I was just like, I'm a changed man.
Yeah, it's not happening.
This is how Dota is played. It made the International look like a Little League game.
Absolutely. Oh, great stuff. Well, yeah, it's not actually coming through right now. So they actually haven't started any of the main stage games yet, I believe, which is why we're waiting for it. So
and part of the difficulty why we are having some scheduling issues is because this is not just Dota 2 being played at WESG. This is Dota 2, this is StarCraft 2, this is CSGO. This is the World Esports Gaming.
World Electronic
Sports Games. Yeah, so this is the whole array, the Olympics, if you will, because it's all your countries representing themselves in all your favorite esports.
Yeah, man. It's good stuff. It's really interesting to watch, too, because get teams that are more excited to play than like your normal run-of-the-mill teams would be. I remember when I went to the Dubai WESG for the Middle East and Africa region, it was really interesting because you get these guys who are just so excited to go on the main stage. They've been playing for a long time. Maybe they've haven't really had a ton of opportunities to go out and compete on either a big tournament or in front of a big crowd or anything else like that. And all they talk about the entire time is just, when do I get to play on the main stage again? When do I get to play on the main stage again? Because it's exhilarating. It's so cool. And to see that sort of excitement from a player about just playing the game is something that you do sort of lack when it's the big teams that are used to TI and then suddenly like they're kind of over it. I actually do have the thing up right now. It looks like they're playing Counter-Strike currently, but we'll throw it up there regardless. It'll be great.
I mean, it's all Valve, right?
Well, because I think they do shots every now and then of the like place.
The venue.
The venue, exactly. You got the word down. We got there eventually. So this is Counter-Strike, but don't worry.
I'll cast some Counter-Strike.
I don't know anything about Counter-Strike.
Don't?
No, I really don't. Okay. I've never played the game. I really want him to show the crowd again because it's pretty cool.
Oh,
all right. We'll have to wait. Wait. Well, that's a little bit unfortunate. Don't worry, guys. Game is gonna get going.
I guess we'll have to play Dota.
Yeah. Fair enough. Okay, so MAX.Y moving out, now trying to get themselves that early rune as well as possibly find any stragglers, but Power Gaming, they're not going to get caught off guard.
MAX.Y places two extremely aggressive wards, which, like, I mean, it's great, but like I had said earlier, early game aggression really isn't their strong suit right now, so I appreciate what they're doing with this vision. I don't really know what they're going to be able to get out of it, especially since it seems that the majority of it might just be to keep the Axe safe in this offlane, but it feels a little bit overkill.
It's interesting, definitely. I think that this is one of those, if you know to some extent what you're going to get out of Power Gaming, and it looks like they're actually, with Pool here, going to try and at least pull the creep wave past and get them off to a decent start. They're expecting at least for a little while, not necessarily a 1v1, but not too much pressure in this lane. It looks like with Mirana there, mid lane, looking for the arrow. It's going to connect onto Drug. The right clicks are there. It's not going to be enough, though.
That poor man's shield doing work right now. These two range heroes not being able to do a hell of a lot at level 1. It was, I mean, Drug's Blade Fury is down, and it was as good of a setup as you could hope for, but Juggernaut's a relatively tanky hero right now, at least before OD starts getting some levels. Oh, but we got a roll in on mid now. DDZ, there's trading, I suppose.
No, it's still, that's sort of one of the problems that I was wondering about is, like, do they have enough damage in the mid lane to actually force something out from the OD? And he's always going to be able to Astral himself. Probably would need to be the best thing that he could do. You need be worried when Earth Spirit gets level 2, because if you do try and use the Astral on yourself as the spin comes in, afterwards they can kick you back the other direction, and then maybe you run into trouble. But anyway it stacks up, he's going to be able to survive more often than not. How about this top lane, though? Mool already skilling up Battle Hunger and just forcing back out the Dazzle.
He is, but this is going to be short-lived. I hope Moveson actually picks up something like a Blightstone, because Dazzle, I mean, Axe and Dazzle kind of counter each other. Oh, and Nyx Assassin, first blood given to the Slark.
You know, I was about to comment just a second ago about how this Slark was getting a good amount of harassment dealt by the Nyx Assassin. He was playing very aggressive and ends up being punished for it slightly. So the rotation that comes in with that...
And now another rotation, mid, roll, but Astral was just now used on Juggernaut, so no real follow-up. He has an Orb of Venom, so he's going to keep him slow, but not slow enough for Blade Fury to come in.
Those couple of right clicks, it's good stuff. He takes a tower shot for his trouble, and it's like, at least for now, there's the threat of DDC being rolled in again. They have him. The right click to be close enough, though, again. Drug, get Astral and push back.
Mool, in the meanwhile, top lane, he's getting really low. Oh, the Shadow Wave does not connect, and the arrow does not connect. They only need one more right click after this.
Oh, he's gonna. I think he gets the deny here, man. And this again,
it cashes out. Oh, the greed. The greed gonna go a long way around.
Oh, yeah, I think that he actually might. Well, space created at the very least. That's the one thing.
Why is he going to the town?
I think to try and deny himself to the Mirana still gets the kill. That was a little bit odd.
I don't play.
Yeah, there was some questionable decisions there. I think his idea, as we get another Astral under tower, just for those to cut out and kill off the creeps. I think the idea was to deny himself to the tower as opposed to Mirana getting the last click, but obviously, you know, there was enough damage being dealt there over time that considered a kill for Mirana still.
Well, I guess either way he cashes out his unreliable gold, so not too bad.
Yeah. Definitely questionable.
This rotation mid might not be as questionable. 343 spots out the Earth Spirit and discourages any more roll action, and Sugar Baby is only level 2 right now, so does not have his silence quite yet.
God, so annoying to play against OD, but Juggernaut's still been able to have a good time about it. I mean, take a look, 13-3 to 16-3 at least for this point. It's 16-6. It's not been the worst in the world for the Jug.
He's maintaining. He got his bottle, and I've been seeing different Juggernaut builds constantly. It looks like he had gotten the crit at level 2 and went back for the healing ward afterwards, which makes sense. Now that he has his bottle, and now top lane though, Mool, he's getting hemmed in on. Starstorm might not... Oh, 343 did not want to go for the Starstorm because the siege creep was right next to him, but even then I don't think they could have gotten the kill.
No. Yeah, it just feels very weird. Like that whole combination of plays. You take a look at how it went. At first I was going to be like, well, 343 not getting completely used to playing in the support role. And then I was like, oh, Mool, you know, he tangoed up, so was worried because he wouldn't have been able to deny himself to the tiny little creep there. But then I thought, all right, well then he's going to move down for the Ancients or off to the hard camp.
That's what I figured.
And then he decides to go in towards tower. Maybe he was worried about Nyx Assassin being there, and then he would rather give away the bounty to the tower instead. In any way you look at it, it felt like a very strange set of affairs. As well, Drug is just going to keep on CSing in the mid lane, and he's made enough of a life for himself. Goes north. TP is available, but
carve his way out. But he only had one tango. He's done.
Yeah, I have the arrow. I thought he was maybe going to try and TP out as well, but good decision not to waste that as 343 was there.
These rotations are, I mean, first kill on Axe may have been not entirely necessary, but 343 is making life difficult for this Axe, and I mean, we had posited the idea of an early Blink Dagger, but an early anything is what Axe needs. Really, he just needs to get an advantage early on, otherwise, Mo finds out Sugar Baby up top, gets the Shadow Poison, but he's just gonna roll out Poison Touch.
They're fine. He's a little bit of a... I mean, I think that basically what they've decided now is kind of what we said
lane,
should be an
MTR
answer.
getting gone in by Shalice. He's taking a lot of damage. Essence is being shifted, and Dark Pact is going to get the kill. Now, Y is level 6.
Yeah. So, I think that this is the correct decision, though, to send Wool back into the jungle. And maybe you could have argued that it should have been happening earlier as well, that like maybe the Earth Spirit's able to soak up level 2 in the top lane, and then you bring the Axe in first after that ends up happening, because now he's sort of in this awkward situation where he's getting his levels much later than he might have been able to previously, and mid lane, DDZ is keep on messing around with Drug and causing him trouble.
He needs to be careful though, because now Juggernaut is level 6, he has that Omni Slash, and Earth Spirit is level 3 as well. Actually did not opt for a point in his silence, got 2 points in his stun instead, and Sugar Baby also spots out this Observer Ward, but 343 going in and gets the kill on Earth Spirit. Tried to roll up, but too much burst damage from this waveform and double Starstorm.
I think that this is really the problem that we're running into here. And Power Gaming, like, there's ways that MAX.Y could have probably laned this where it ends up getting into a better situation, but now, like, nobody is really safe solo in this lane. Even Axe is sort of going to be forced back in. He's level 6 now, so he can keep him a little bit more tanky, but, I mean, the tower is going to take a good bit of damage here. They'll hold the wave as long as possible, but with that tower finally getting fortified, Axe will be able to hold, but for how long? I mean, he can't really move out past this lane at all.
He can't. This safe lane got a lot of momentum from Power Gaming, and 343 is just staying there. He doesn't really need to roam around. He tried getting the kill on Juggernaut at level 1, but damage wasn't there, and at this point OD is good enough against Juggernaut that 343 doesn't really need to help out. Slark did get a kill on the Nyx Assassin, but all things considered, the Nyx Assassin in his offlane is still doing better than the Axe in his offlane.
Yeah. You know what I would also like to see is that they need to punish the aggressive use of OD.
Oh, arrow connects onto the Juggernaut, but he already picked the rune.
They need to punish the aggressive use of Astral by the OD. Like, you've got to be able to have somebody set up, because you know that he's going to keep on using this Astral imprisonment aggressively against Drug to make sure he has a good time. So if they were able to like set somebody up, then he doesn't have it afterwards. You can find that kill with Omni.
The problem is that this OD is not venturing very far away from his tower, and Dazzle has been sitting on this TP since like the first minute of the game, so he's ready for any rotation, and there's not enough burst damage on MAX.Y to even threaten the OD quite yet. Meanwhile, this Axe is getting incredibly threatened and has a replicate against him.
They bring in Drug, right click is there, and they're going to be able to kill off 343, dunk down, and well, that's certainly one way to help deal with the Dazzle.
Slash. He goes for it, but it bounces onto the Dazzle, so he's not going to get the kill. Mosin might die regardless, though, but he really wanted Lance's Morphling, and now he gets juked. Mosin eats his way through, and Juggernaut gets his ankles broken.
That was pretty frustrating. That's not necessarily what you want to have happen. Well played as well by the Dazzle. They do end up taking down 343, but...
Oh, and now a lift up on mid. OD goes for the imprisonment aggressively, and now DC's gonna get punished for that. Dunked again. Another kill.
That's sort of what we were talking about. You use the Astral Imprisonment over and over and over aggressively, and sort of eventually they're going to realize what's happening. Yeah, nicely played. So far, I feel like MAX.Y are really punishing Power Gaming's movements around here. Like, they realized that something needed to be done in that top lane. They rotate in the Juggernaut. He has been the most farmed hero consistently, and now they're in a good position going into the mid game at the very least. Like, Slark's been left completely alone, and has the Iron Talon, is building towards that Shadow Blade. He's going to be in a great position.
I think Power Gaming may have a little bit overestimated their strength in the top, and they got punished pretty hard, because a Juggernaut rotation, even though it only ended up netting the one kill on the Mirana, this Axe is the one who got a lot out of it, and especially following up on that OD kill mid. Like, he has 1,300 gold right now, has his Tranquil Boots depleted, and given how his early game went, he was losing to Nyx pretty hard.
They're setting up on this. There's going to be a kill. They end up connecting. Drug dropping low. Can they find the kill? He's already used spin at this point. They do take him down. Wool going to get the pull in, and yeah, I think that 343 might go down here. Yeah, they find the kill.
Gets silence, otherwise he would have had Moonlight Shadow, but Earth Spirit is now level 5, so had the silence ready to go.
And Wool is just going to come back in again and kill off this whole big creep wave. Replicate almost brought down, but not quite there. There you go.
Axe replicates are amazing. One of the Morphling's favorite heroes to replicate on the enemy team for sure.
I was playing a ability draft game the other day, and I had Axe with Naga Siren illusions, and then I took counter Helix. It was great.
That's amazing.
It was pretty wonderful. But regardless of my build there, it looks like they're going to try and go in again onto DDZ. Do miss the stun, but hit the silence, and oh, they're sticking around. Kind of a bold move there. DDC playing the...
They wanted an Omni Slash, and Drug, as soon as he saw the creep wave come in, he knew he couldn't go for the Omni Slash. Now DDZ, they want to turn it around. Astral connects. Oh, Sugar Baby might block the arrow, and 343 doesn't even bother going for it.
Well, good decision right there, making sure that this carry doesn't get left alone. And I think that this is going to hit a very strong timing for MAX.Y. You look at what the Axe has been able to do post that sort of struggling early stage, and now he's going back for a quick Blink Dagger. Now, it's going to be dangerous because you do have a lot of damage on this power gaming team, so if you just blink into it, you might end up going down, as they have been able to take down DDC again in the mid lane. Little rotation in, and Drug making it happen.
Yeah, Moonlight Shadow was used defensively, but unfortunately too little too late. And the back and forth, oh, arrow almost on Drug mid, but and Axe now has completed his Blink Dagger, and again, I am still concerned that if he does initiate, gonna take at least 3 MAX.Y heroes to take 1 power gaming hero out. But as long as Slark's in the vicinity, maybe it's only 2. As long as Juggernaut has Omni Slash, maybe it's only 2.
Well, it also depends on creep wave too. Like if there's a big creep wave that's there, I think that does change things around a decent amount for Axe at least.
Oh, and HY on this Rubik, at one point he had stolen Morph Strength, so he's sitting on quite a bit of HP. 1 armor, which might be a bit of an issue. I mean, Morphling, I mean, who needs it, right? You can just buy a Basilius, your Gucci.
I think that it's actually probably one of the better games for Rubik overall, because you've also got the null field here to help deal with a lot of the magical damage that's coming in. Oh god, and you talk about 3 heroes. Trying to find somebody. They have found Mosin. A little bit unfortunate. Lance was just on the other side of that one, and well, they were going to be able to bring down that Dazzle, but they kind of want more.
Yeah, it was actually, I would call that good positioning by the Dazzle to pop that smoke, because this Morphling was sitting around on 700 HP. As soon as he got caught, I'm pretty sure Sugar Baby was ready on the silence. He wouldn't have been able to morph anything, and once they get, I mean, just like, all you need is a 2.5 second silence, and you're going to get that kill.
Is an interesting rotation in right now. Nyx Assassin as well as 343 rotated into that tier 2 in the top lane, and spent a lot of time here trying to push this back out. There's some pings in the area. I don't think that they realize the rest of these players are here, and well, they're going to ping out that Mool is in the area. They send in the replicate, could move forward into this, as Slark is also in the area. No.
They don't know that Slark has completed his Shadow Blade.
Jump forward onto Lance, a lot of damage. I think that they kind of overextended slightly. Chalice is going to be there as well. They jump onto the OD. DDZ going to imprison him for the moment. Still fine. Lance is low, but not so low. All right, now they also have the big armor there as well. A ton of damage coming out. They take out 2, just like that. And now also going to pull back in onto Lance. Silence, slowed down, magnetizes out as well, but not going to be enough. I think that Mool does die here as well. The waveform forward by the Rubik, they almost connect. That was really, really close. So they do manage to get out just barely on that Morph lane. Alive on almost nothing.
Could have been worse, but still amazing initiation from MAX.Y. The Omni Slash hit exclusively onto heroes, no creeps. They got the taunt on 2 heroes, and that Magnetize did so much damage throughout the entire fight. I thought that it was going to be bad for Sugar Baby because he ended up getting arrowed mid-roll, but once you get the Magnetize started, that's all you need.
The gift that keeps on giving. Absolutely. You know, it's interesting too, because I think in that moment, MAX.Y, we saw the TPs that came into the tier 2 in the top lane, and then the smoke movement out by the Nyx Assassin and the Mirana. And I feel like MAX.Y at the last second realized, all right, there's more heroes here than we initially thought when they went in to go and defend the tower. And they were able to take advantage of that. So they rotate back in, and the smoke movement, the rotation in from the Nyx Assassin, it doesn't bear as much fruit as it would have otherwise.
Especially since this was the Shadow Blade reveal. Yeah. But now Chalice might hang around. Only hero down to defend this tier 1, and while 3 dire heroes. Arrow does it does connect. Chalice is losing a lot of mana, and he's gonna man. What a nice arrow by 343.
Was that blind? Was that without
he had vision, but it was with a heavy prediction. Like, he was reading the last hits that the Slark was going for, and it paid off.
Well, nicely played there. Mid lane Mool looking for an initiation. If he could catch both of these heroes here, this would be tremendous.
Revealed,
but
though.
there's the catch forward, and well, Grave isn't going to do a whole heck of a lot if they do get up the stun. And well, MTR trying to find something. They're able to walk away for that one. So Magnetized not going to be able to find the kill. Sugar Baby also going to take a nice little bit of damage there. He gets dropped. Omni Slash turnaround though onto 343. They find that kill, and Lance be able to waveform out.
Well played by Power Gaming. Earthspear was looking to get the silence because he has to silence both the Dazzle and the OD. If he only gets one or the other, they'll get saved. OD can imprison himself, or Dazzle will grave the OD. And so he ended up not being able to catch, well positioned by Mosin to not stay in a good position for this Earthspear to get the dual silence, and Power Gaming ends up turning that gank around. Nothing too significant, it was more just another axe initiation, but every little counts.
Alright, well, ladies and gents, it does look like now as well we're in a pretty interesting moment in time. 17.5 minutes into the game, 7-11 is the score, and it's looking like it's back to about even. Considering that we're at this point where they've been able to pull it back to an even match, do you feel like one team has the more substantially strong late game?
Even though I was concerned with MAX.Y's early game, and they're pushing out in mid, but it looks like Dire wants to defend this. Moonlight Shadow is used offensively, but Slark is in the area. They're gonna back out, they know Moonlight Shadow was used. Oh, but Drug? Oh, Healing Ward gets taken down. Yeah, so even though I was concerned for MAX.Y's early game, and they've managed to get through it admirably, I still prefer Power Gaming in the late game. I do know that, you know, Juggernaut's a force to be reckoned with, as is Slark, but against Power Gaming's team, against Power Gaming's cores, I don't really like these heroes very much. I think OD is going to be having a just fine time 1v1ing people.
Oh, well, and now also the movement in. Next Assassin has used Undead, and initiation comes out onto Sugar Baby, and that, well, the Astral should find the kill. Actually, wait, that was the Rubik one.
Yeah, it was Rubik and Astral, and Rubik gets Astral by the other person, but now Slark comes in.
Trying to find that one onto 343. Axe Call going to be off the mark. Now catch is 2 with the Impale as well. A lot of damage being dropped down. Rubik has already taken down the Dazzle. It looks like he's actually doing so much damage over there. Mirana took down the Axe in return as well. Chalice turning towards DDC. Are going to get the Astral off. He has to know that the Slark is here, but, well, gets turned upon, lift up, no more mana for it. They do find one kill, maybe another. Is he going to be able to get it? They do find him. So Slark takes down the OD at the last second.
He had 32 int at the end of that fight. There was so much damage on him because he was just wailing away at this axe, and really nice Astrals by this Rubik. It was difficult to keep track because it seemed like OD was using it as a KO move, but it turned out that Rubik was just saving his allies by the skin of their teeth. So in the end, Power Gaming, they had the Morphling farming the whole time, and Juggernaut survives on the Radiant team, so both teams have one core survive, but I still prefer Power Gaming in that fight.
Alright. Here we are, 14-11 currently, and we're back to about even in terms of difference in net worth. How are you feeling about sort of the next couple of minutes here? We've still got a good ability, I would say, on Power Gaming's side to be able to move in and take down Roshan. Do you think that that's something they're going to start thinking about?
Not quite. This Morphling actually, he went for a Lincoln Sphere, which is fine for the most part. I suppose maybe the threat of Lift. There aren't a lot of spells for this Morphling to block, but I guess, you know, it gives him the mana regen. Second item, he actually went for BOTs. So it seems that Power Gaming, they don't really care too much about early objectives, such as early Roche. They mainly are concerned about farming up. They're getting their cores to basically critical mass that they can take on all of MAX.Y just with 2 carries. And I am kind of a little bit skeptical as to why Lance built a Lincoln Sphere, but anything to keep him alive. They're more interested in the late game, like I said.
Arrow. That's kind of a cool play right there. Mirana throws out the arrow to check it. Camp sees that the camp's been killed, so it gives them a little bit of information that there are people in this lane outside of, you know, just the Rubik that was there. So they know that the Slark is in the area farming away, and Well, they are also going to be a little bit careful, I'm sure. Like, you know, MTR not moving out at all.
And speaking of Mirana, 343 has actually managed to complete his mech. Has arcane boots as well. I don't know if he'll complete the full greaves. Oh, Mool tries to go for the blind call, but instead gets turned around by this Vendetta Nyx. An arrow connects. Can't follow it up.
This is a little bit of an awkward situation now because you've used a lot of your initiation spells, but you still have all of these heroes down here. Top lane's being pushed in by the Morph lane, but he does the Boots of Travel, so he can get in at any point in time. So yeah, it looks like... Oh, with Slark showing up, I think they could go in on this if they wanted to.
The problem is Power Gaming doesn't have any initiation. Like you said, they had spent the Nyx Vendetta, which is really their only primary spell, aside from getting a blind arrow or something. If Power Gaming had someone like an Axe, then they would have definitely followed up as soon as they saw the Slark leave.
Well, they're sticking around, and Nyx does have a Blink Dagger, so that's a second farm as the smoke pops, and oh, they're getting into position. There's the jump forward, they impale, they connect now. Drug taking a lot of damage, arrows there as well, but Mool with a huge turnaround. The silence comes out as well, taking them all down. They miss on the dunk though, and DDC very low. They find one kill, I believe. Oh, Astral again coming out at the last second, saving that OD's life. He will eventually be able to get out of there, it looks like, and well, HY, all right, no, the Rubik did take down at the end. That other Astral sealed his fate, and Rubik is going to die as well here. Morphlane finds the kill. It was a really good counter-initiation play by the Axe, but at the end of the day...
stun on the Earth Sphere, that sucks. His roll is down for another 5 seconds. He's almost out of mana, but he might kill this Dazzle instead. Sugar Baby has a roll now. He's going to go for it. The Waveform does not get the kill, and Sugar Baby might get out. The Weave does find him. Nice connection. Nice usage of the Weave.
That's gracious. That was some silliness again. Like, you take a look at each of these fights, it's just worked out so evenly for both of these teams. Rubik being able to steal that Astral and, you know, finish off the kill on the OD, definitely worth it. But man, oh man, that Axe play, that was the big one for me, coming in at the last second.
That was a beautiful taunt, and it helped this Juggernaut. He got the Omni Slash out. Without that, MAX.Y would have gotten completely lost in that fight. But in the meanwhile, Slark was pushing out the top lane, much as how this Morphling has been doing in previous fights. He's been kind of absent from the actual action, just kind of farming it up. And Lance is somewhat beating him in terms of net worth, does have his Ghost Scepter completed on the Morphling. Shotgun will be coming online in probably just about 2 more minutes. But unless if he dies...
He does not want to go down right now. They are going to be able to find him.
Morphing.
Brought down.
Well done. I guess a Battle Hunger popped out his Lincolns, and so the Calling Blade was able to finish him off. Oh wait, no, actually,
mid lane, we got some damage coming out. HY going to drop. They are going to throw out that Astral now, and that one was from OD, so he will die as Brug is also in the area, now turned upon. MTR, they end up not quite catching on the bounce, but will still finally fall. Where MAX.Y really starts to make their money. The constant counter initiation, Echo Saber reveal as well. Mozen dropped in low. Can they actually find this kill? I think that they will be able to, as well. He actually gives up the chase for a second. Now he's turned back upon him, and there's the kill. So they take down 3. 2 on the most recent fight. My goodness, MAX.Y are all over him.
Shallow Grave is almost, Slark almost likes having to go against Shallow Grave because he's just getting free Essence shifts, because it's like having a dummy target that you can just keep building off. Sugar Baby,
he realized that the Mirana was up there already, and now the counterplay again. DDT jumped upon 343 as low, but not dead as of yet. Drug is there as well. Is not going to be able to find a kill. He actually, I think he used Omni Slash in that one, but was able to leap away and out from it. So now, suddenly in a ton of trouble, but Chalice is here as well. Is going to not be able to take down DDC as of yet. If they can somehow manage to hit him, this would be huge, and it does look like they might be able to finally find that kill. Chalice making the plays. Tremendous stuff, but another arrow connects onto Sugar Baby, trying to roll out. They got him. That was an adaptive strike.
And now
HY.
Vendetta.
Well, they pull back in the Rubik, but he might have bitten it off more than he can chew. Also going to go down. So MAX.Y from good to pretty bad that last set of initiations.
Slark had so many Essence Shift stacks. It's the problem is that he lost all of his mana in that Sanity's Eclipse. Otherwise, he would have been able to keep going in that fight. He would have been able to keep weaving in and out. He has his Shadow Blade. The problem is that once that Sanity's Eclipse goes down, he doesn't have any mana items besides this Echo Saber, so he's pretty lost. Can't cast his spells. He went down despite having a ton of damage, and Lance was like almost 80% strength, but they only needed a few more right clicks.
Goodness.
Arrow. That's not correct.
You know that it's just like the last second you see it. No more dodges. Just blink away. Get the heck away from me. I am in a...
Oh, a lot of pings coming out on top. I think they just found out that Lance completed his shotgun, so
Yeah.
MAX.Y is need to be playing a little bit more safe, whereas MTR finds drugged, gets the Vendetta combo, arrow connects, the kill.
Nope. Slark is here now as well, so a little bit unfortunate looking. Moonlight Shadow wearing out, and now he spots MTR. So that was not the play at all, and now they might also end up losing MTR here. Impale going to connect
Blink
as the
dagger.
Dark Pack wears off. Arrow is also there, and, well, Drug, he's shown up and found down Mosin, going to be lifted up and killed. So a bunch of really weird plays there. The final result, though, is that they take down the Dazzle. So, meh, right?
The Juggernaut should have really died. He was literally like, I've said one right click away before, but he was literally one right click away. Maybe you don't want to commit too hard because there's an axe initiation threat, but I mean it's the mid of MAX.Y. You go for that kill, and now Lance is gonna go for that kill. Arrow does not connect. Got a shotgun locked and loaded.
They're ready. Drug is there.
What?
It happens to all of us. These types of things happen. You get excited, you want to press that button so bad, you just happen to press it twice. It's okay, Lance.
You know, you put the shell in, you put the other shell in, you lock the shotgun, and then boom, it actually shoots face. Hate to see that happen.
That's true. It's very true. You do hate to see it happen. Poor shotgun.
At least this OD has completed his blink dagger, so. Like initiation as an axe if you want to win that fight, and even if he did manage to catch even 1 or 2 heroes to 0 heroes, he still wasn't a 1 fight.
Well, after the back of that, they were also going to see a tier 2 tower go down. This is normally an instance where also, like, you might be able to make something happen, like force out split pushing from a Morphling instead, because, like, you know, sometimes Morphlings aren't able to fight as early on. Even if they get their E-Blade, it doesn't necessarily completely transform them into, like, fight readiness. But now, like, you know, having the Aegis on top of him, he can really go in. So I am super concerned right now for MAX.Y.
I mean, Lance definitely embraced the split pushing potential. He had gone for these BOTs right after the Lincolns, didn't even bother with the Ghost Scepter. He was like, "Oh, okay, I mean, you guys can take fights in the meantime. I'm gonna do my own thing, and then once I'm ready to take on an Axe head on, it's gonna be just fine." He did die at one point to that Axe and Slark initiation, but it's gonna take more than one time if you want to shut down a Morphling who is sitting on 6k gold right now. Ends up buying the Orb of Venom, so he's going to be going for the Scotty, and that's going to make life extremely hard for the Slarky. We'll be able to get a lot of Essence Shift stacks off Lance, but after that, once your Shadow Dance is done, you're just food.
You're done. You're gonzo. Then you're kaput, they call it. It's really, I would say it might be a bit of the greedier option. Probably the safer play is going for the Manta so you can break the Earth Spirit silence if they do manage to like all group up and like find a pick onto you. But in this instance,
for a pick on Chalice, actually. He is in his Shadow Blade. No detection is placed quite yet. They're not going to find him.
Yeah, this is the thing right here, is they keep on looking around for initiation. They have found the Rubik. Right click is there. Hurricane Pike moved forward. They miss on the Impale as well. Turn it around with the second Impale and now stun onto 2 as well. Still fine. Chalice jumps onto Lance, draining away some mana, and Drug is going to drop. That's a quick and easy kill. Blink forward. DDC takes down another. This has been an awkward initiation, but a very clear, decisive victory as 2 are already gone. And now also sticking around a little bit while longer. Rubik trying to live, but well, there's the also lift up. He's actually made this work, sort of. There's the jump forward, and well, maybe it was a bit too bold. Chalice finds the kill onto that Dazzle and trying to make his way out of there. Another Impale is available in a long time from now, but you have a Yule Scepter.
And they have that.
That's going to be enough. I think that might be pretty close to game, as already another 5-man wipe.
5-man wipe, approaching 12,000 net worth difference. Slark doesn't really have any way of coming back. I mean, he managed to get quite a bit of farm. He got his Scotty completed before that fight broke out, but fortunately so did Morphling. And a Morphling with a Scotty at 33 minutes is, in this game, at least scarier than a Slark with a Scotty at 33 minutes.
And this is one of those instances, too, where I talked about the more greedy option, but it's because of the style of game that they're going to play from this point out. It's not Lance who's trying to get, like, little incremental hits on the tower and then run away, so he needs to be worried about them setting up on him. Right now, MAX.Y are in, like, you know, stay alive mode, and that's it. And it doesn't look like they're going to really be able to do it all that much longer. The jump forward, Gonzo again, and Omni Splash is doing a decent amount of damage onto Lance, but it's still not ever going to be enough. Mool also going to be brought down. Drug will be able to live, but to what end? GG gets called as they brought him down, and Lance going to live through the fountain. Why the hell not?
They didn't even manage to take down the Aegis in any of these fights. So, if there was ever a time to call game, that was it. I mean, I had faith. MAX.Y was... They were...
Radiant team pick. Fanatics turn
Draft is already on its way here. We see Axe as well as the Alchemist banned out for Fnatic, and Batrider and the StarLadder banned away from by MAX.Y rather. They don't want Ohio on any of those pesky initiating heroes, and immediately MAX.Y pick up the oh-so favorite hero this patch, the position 5 support in the Shadow Demon, and it's gonna be the Luna out as well. And on the side of Fnatic, we're gonna have Nyx Assassin picked out right out of the bat. Yesterday we saw Ohio put on a mean Nyx Assassin performance. That game around though, they did go with the Dro as well as the Medusa there for Mushi. Mushi on the mid lane on the Medusa, while Raven took that Drow Ranger to the offlane, which meant Nyx Assassin pretty much was the sacrificial lamb in that matchup. That was sent to the safe lane all alone with no support and against the aggressive tri lane coming in from Entity. But he was able to hold his own, and Fnatic went on to take that game and close out the series pretty comfortably. So let's see if that's going to be the case. We also saw, in fact, EU and Demon play Rubik yesterday. Switching that, playing around with that hero, game 1 and game 2, both love to get their hands on that Rubik. We'll have to wait and see who plays that one this time around. And MAX.Y, they are gonna pull a surprise pick out here in the Legion Commander. I have no idea how long it's been since I've actually seen a competitive game with Legion Commander, but nonetheless, I am very excited. What we need, when we always think about Legion Commander, the first thing that comes to our mind is that duel. But going up against this lineup with the Luna, that overwhelming odds could go a long way in helping MAX.Y go for that initial push. And Fnatic, they are in fact going to go in with team fight here. Gyrocopter is going to be that safe lane carry for Fnatic. Of course, you can run an aggressive tri lane here. Rubik though doesn't excel all that well in an aggressive tri lane, but we'll have to wait and see what Fnatic decide to do here. And the Tinker as well as the Drow Ranger are going to be banned out here by the side of MAX.Y, while Fnatic, they're going to take away the Ogre Magi as well as the Sanking. Sanking has seen a lot of gameplay here in the last month or so in the competitive scene, has suddenly burst into pretty much the scene here, keeps getting first ban pretty much preference as well. So surprising that he did go through all the way through the first set of bans and picks. But regardless here, MAX.Y, that Legion Commander is more likely than not going to be that offlaner slash jungler. Luna as well as the Shadow Demon are going to be heading out to the safe lane. So they yet to lock in their secondary support as well as their mid laner here. Same goes with the side of Fnatic as well. They do have a support and the safe lane locked in, and the Nyx Assassin is more likely than not going to be played by Ohio in that offlane, unless here we haven't seen an OD ban coming. All day we go. We discussed it. Nyx Assassin is in fact one of the best counters to the Outworld Devourer, and this time around doesn't get banned out. Fnatic did have a backup plan in case MAX.Y did go for that OD pick, but since they did go for the Earth Spirit, Fnatic have no problems whatsoever. The M-God, Mushi, known for those stellar mechanical plays with the Outworld Devourer, is going to be very happy to get his hands on that mid laner there. Whereas for MAX.Y, they do pick up their support here in the Earth Spirit. So things are not looking all that bad just yet. They still can decide what they want to go up against that OD of Mushi there in the mid lane. What can they go for? The typical matchups that work really well with the ODs, the Razor. Razor gets immediately banned away. There's your Viper, who can hold his own against the OD to an extent. Fnatic, though, they're going to commit in to the early game here. The Undying comes out. Holy hell, that is one scary lineup to go up against. So much push, so much pick-off potential. OD starts off with the Astral, and there is going to be a barrage of disables coming in post that astral there, and as well you'll have to also consider that the tombstone is going to be in your face as well. So what are they going to be going for? They're going to be going in for the Darkseer safe play there. But problem here is Darkseer is one of those heroes that doesn't come on pretty much come online real soon. They're gonna have to delay it out. It takes Darkseer about 10-11 levels before he actually comes completely online and can hold his own. So Fnatic, they have a really strong early to mid game lineup here. They have the Gyro, Rubik, Nyx, OD, and the Undying. MAX.Y, can they delay things enough for this lineup to come online? The Luna, the Darkseer, the Legion Commander all need time, and Fnatic, they're going to be looking to get their foot on the pedal right from the get-go and make sure that the lineup of MAX.Y never actually comes online. For viewers tuning in, thank you so much. This best of 3 here to start things off on day 2. Immediately a smoke comes off on the side of Fnatic on their way. In fact, that is MAX.Y on their way out here on the Radiant side. It's going to be ZP playing the Earth Spirit there. It's going to be 59 on the Darkseer in the off lane. It's going to be YCC playing that Legion Commander. Is going to be playing the Shadow Demon, and that finally puts Fonte on the carry Luna. On the side of the Dire, we have the Titans of Sea Dota. Fnatic here. Mushi is going to be playing his signature Outworld Devourer. EU is going to be playing the Undying. Demon is going to be on the Rubik. Raven is going to be taking that Gyrocopter towards the safe lane. That finally puts the off-lane specialist Ohio on the Nyx Assassin.
30 seconds to battle.
Nyx Assassin versus the Luna. That's not going to be a fun matchup whatsoever, especially if this Undying converts this into an aggressive duo lane. He's going to need all the help she can find there. And Legion Commander, who's more likely than not going to be playing, starting off in the neutral camp, is not going to be able to offer much help to this Luna in case she does get caught out. With that Darkseer already picked up, it does mean that that is going to be a position for Legion. Okay, that's going to be a mid lane Legion Commander. Sorry about that. I completely forgot about the fact that there was an Earth Spirit in play as well. So that's going to be a mid solo Legion Commander. An off lane Darkseer as well as a safe lane Luna with the Shadow Demon as well as Earth Spirit on supports and OD. And now this pretty much changes the tides here. OD, is he going to have support rotations? Rubik, not really one of the best roaming supports. Undying, absolutely not. He is known for his lane dominant presence, and Nyx Assassin is just going to be looking to get some levels up here. XXSJ playing it real aggressive, gets the DK put on, but the Earth Spirit immediately comes back in. It's going to connect in, but they're just trading blows here. They're not going to be able to get much done just yet. In fact, 2 stacks of DK going in. It's going to drop ZP as well as XSJ a little too low there, but they're going to be fine for now. The offlane, it is the Darkseer up against Rubik and the Gyrocopter. Rubik is one of the best supports to zone out Darkseer, mainly because you can pretty much right-click harass down the Darkseer, and when he does pop that surge, you can immediately cancel out the duration with the telekinesis there, and the Darkseer is going to have nowhere to go post that. So that's one lane we got to watch out for here. Darkseer, there have been many instances where they overextend and Rubik ends up punishing him dearly. Gyrocopter does have Rocket Barrage as well, so that's a lot of burst damage coming in the bottom lane. EU as well as Ohio continue to pile the pressure on here. They don't want the Luna to get any sort of free farm coming in. In fact, Earth Spirit is going to roll out here. It's not going to connect in onto anyone just yet, and Ohio and AU are going to be all safe for now. Let's have a look at the mid lane here. In fact, YCC is out farming the OD. Kind of surprising, I would say, as you would expect the OD to have a slight edge in this matchup here, but especially considering the fact that he is going up against Mushi's OD. So YCC is able to pretty much hold his own here, but he is finally getting caught up to by Mushi here, and once Mushi does hit, in fact he has already hit level 4, now things are gonna get a lot more difficult to keep up with, especially against that OD. Ducks here on the top lane, we do see the rocket barrage coming off, and there you go, it's Surge, immediately the telekinesis comes off to cancel it. Does he have a secondary rocket barrage? Yes he does. 5-9 is going to pop that fairy fire, is gonna be enough to keep him alive there, and he's going to trot away with only 59 points of health remaining, doing really well. In the bottom lane though, the disruption comes up here onto Ayo. Luna goes to work here, DK comes off as well, does manage to connect the impale up, but is that gonna be nearly enough? Does he have magic stick? He's gonna go ahead and pop it. Luna needs a couple more right clicks and not gonna be enough, and Ohio gets crippled but manages to limp away with very less amounts of hit points there. ZP is gonna be going in for that rolling boulder, but it's not going to be anywhere close there, and Ohio is gonna get out there scot-free. For now though, the score stands 0-0, though we've had many opportunities for a kill to go either way here. In fact, Mushi is gonna go ahead, get the Astral off Demon. Is he gonna commit in with the telekinesis? In fact, the Fate Bolt is gonna secure first blood here, and ZP on the side of MAX.Y is going to take a fall. Mushi Max Rage Astral Imprisonment coming in there, and that allows Fnatic to secure the lead there. And Golden Exchange, not all that great here. Let's have a look at the Golden XP charts. Fnatic take a lead of about 500 gold and an XP lead of about 300. So not all that bad, I would say, considering the fact that the lanes have been even Stevens. Ohio, level is he in right now? He is about level 3.5. That's mainly considering the fact that he's had EU with him there, who's least a lot of XP away from him. The Ducks here, level 4.5 here, yet to complete up that soul ring that he's gonna look at, and he's probably gonna head off to the jungle. No reason to stay in this lane and overextend. A couple of kills going the way of Gyrocopter could allow him to snowball way out of control. Ohio here is going to go in, run away at XSSJ. We have the Undying coming in with the Lupia. He hasn't, however, gone in and skilled the Tombstone just yet. Soul Rip comes in, DK comes in as well. Couple more right clicks in, and XSSJ has overextended there, and Fnatic make them pay for it dearly here as he does get taken down. And Fontaine now, he's gonna be in a world of trouble. He doesn't have any support here to save him up against the next Undying, as ZP on that Earth Spirit has rotated over towards that top lane for the moment. Let's see if they're going to be looking to set up something against the Rubik here. Pings coming out from both these sides. We do have the Ion Shell out onto ZP, so he can go in for that rolling boulder. In fact, he's going to go in towards the Gyrocopter here. Telekinesis is available, and Demon is going to blow that out onto the Dark here, who does have the Ion Shell up. Double Ion Shells, in fact, it looks like Demon is going to take a fall. There is a TP coming in from the OD, but no point in committing for that. He's going to cancel that away, while in the mid lane, EU is going to spot out the fact that there is YCC doing this this neutral camp here, but with no support whatsoever coming in. He's gonna have to pretty much give up on that and fall back for the moment. Shadow Demon, what a Shadow Demon farmed up for. He just looks like he did pick up his brown boots here. Oh, actually he still hasn't. That's just some sentries and observers, if I'm not mistaken, on that courier coming in for Earth Spirit there. He, however, does have that brown boots. Let's see, Mushi though comes in here. He has got the Astral Imprisonment. Okay, that's false alarm there, I must say. So really apologize. That was an Astral just out on a creep there from Mushi. However, he might be interested in going in for a play here towards the bottom lane. Shadow Demon is playing it really dangerously here. Ohio is going to spot him out. Astral comes in from Mushi, and that is a completely dead Shadow Demon there in the Radiant jungle. So Mushi picks up another kill. That is the score now 3-1 in favor of Fnatic. 7 minutes into this game. Goal lead now is about 1,500 and an XP lead of about 1,000 going the way of the Dire side here. YCC is going to be on the Legion Commander there. He does have the bottle as well as the boots of speed picked up and 400 gold to boot. So let's see what item he goes for here. Preferably he is going to go in for an upgraded boot here, either the face boots or the power treads, and post that expect him to go in for that quick blink dagger pickup for initiating in. Gyrocopter, played by Raven here, has pretty much had free farm there in the safe lane, has hit level 7, so that is the magic number for him to move out and try and get some plays done. And there you go, next assassin is gonna blow the Vendetta as well, does get disrupted in there, but the DK coming in from EU is gonna be more than enough to secure the kill there back on this SD. SD has had an absolutely horrendous game until this point. Immediately, like I said, level 7, does get the face boots as well as the Aquila, and immediately Demon as well as Raven smoke up, and they're heading towards the bottom lane here, where Earth Spirit as well as the Luna wait up here. They're gonna move into the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit comes in with the boulder, but there you go, the call down comes in from Raven as well. Does not connect onto Fonte. Fonte is dropping really low, but Gyrocopter with the rocket barrage is going to, as well as the flag cannon, pick up 2 quick kills there in the bottom lane. And things are pretty much going from bad to worse for MAX.Y here. They need to change up something real soon here. Fnatic are moving so beautifully around the map, and MAX.Y are just not able to keep up with these rotations. We saw Mushi coming in, who was in the mid lane, goes to the bottom lane, and now has made his way back to the top lane, while Raven, with that smoke gank in with the Demon, was easily able to clean house there in the bottom lane, which is putting this Luna further and further behind. She does, however, look like she is going for that Helm of the Dominator to quickly accelerate her farm with the ancient stacks coming in, but that is a long way away. Next assassin is gonna go into Vendetta here. Let's see that Sin. Oh, that's not dead. Well, there you go. The duel immediately comes in, but a beautiful Spike Carapace coming in from Ohio. Doesn't seem like it did seem like it would have mattered a little more there, but there was multiple heroes of MAX.Y coming in, and they're gonna be able to deal up with Ohio real easy there. First duel damage going the way of this Legion Commander, and she's gonna lead a lot more of that if she's gonna be able to deal up with Fnatic come mid game. Mushi up here in the top lane. Looks like he has picked up the completed power treads as well as a casual staff of wizardry. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be a 4-staff, or if he's going to be building into something like the Rod of Atos, which the OODs love to pick up, especially when they've had this much amount of uncontested farm in the early game. 500 gold, and there you go, the completed face boot comes in here for Legion Commander, so he's doing really well for himself. Mushi here in the top lane. Look like 2 heroes on the side of MAX.Y are setting up here to try and make a move. Max, it's going to be 5-9 as well as ZP, but Ohio is going to come in. Vendetta here, he spots both these heroes out. This could be a world of trouble for the side of MAX.Y. Let's see if he does go in and engage here for the moment. Mushi is going to come into position here. Stun connects in, boulder roll is going to miss out here, but OD looks like he's not going to commit in just yet. He's unsure about the number of heroes that are there from the side of MAX.Y, so they're going to play it safe and disengage Ohio. Is he going to take over? But oh, beautiful Astral coming in there. Defensive Astral from Mushi is going to keep Ohio alive from that Magnetize coming in from MAX.Y. YCC though coming in with the loop in there. Overwhelming odds is not going to connect in. A perfectly timed Carapace coming in again from Ohio. Mushi's getting dived on here by the look of things. Alright, that was just some creep wave coming in there. False alarm yet again, but at the end of all that exchange, there was no kills traded whatsoever. It continues to be 6-3 in favor of Fnatic. Almost 12 minutes in, goal lead of about 1,500 and an XP lead of about 500 now going the way of Fnatic, while Fonte as well as XXSG now looks like they're going to be piling on the pressure here in the bottom lane. However, Fnatic want to respond here. Ohio is back on the Vendetta here. here. Fonte has overstayed his welcome. He's gonna get hit in the face, and that was a truckload of damage coming the way of Luna. XSSJ is gonna be dropping really well as well. Mushi is gonna come in with the offensive Astral here, and that should be the Shadow Demon taking a fall as well, as all 5 heroes on the side of Fnatic rotate back to the bottom lane, and this tier 1 tower is soon going to be under siege, and probably by the looks of things we are not going to see a MAX.X contest this year. And there you go, the Astral comes in onto the Legion Commander in the mid lane. Demon TP's in as well. There's a Telekinesis out here. He's going to try and TP himself away, and the omelet toggle during the TP is going to be enough. That is such a broken mechanism there in the bottom lane though. Raven trying to get the tier 1 tower there, but there are multiple TPs coming in here. Ohio is going to get immediately stunned up here. Magnetize is going to make quick work of him, and the Boulder Roll is going to come in here from ZP, but he does not want to be engaging in that deep versus EU and Raven. We see the call down coming in towards the Luna. Demon coming in here. Is he going to be able to get the Telekinesis off? Yes, he does, but the defensive disruption there is going to keep him alive. Rocket Barrage immediately deals up with the Shadow Demon. We're seeing Flak Cannon doing a lot of damage, and finally the Fade Bolt does finish him off. Rocket Barrage comes in again. 5-9 drops the wall there, but it's not going to be enough. Gyrocopter picks up a quick double kill here, and Fnatic won over MAX.X there in the bottom lane. In the mid lane, it was some beautiful amulet toggling that did keep that Legion Commander alive, but that bottom lane team fight just went bad real soon. That perfect timing rotation coming in from Demon, coming in with that Telekinesis onto the Luna, turns that fight around for Fnatic as they take a commanding lead here, 12-4. To start things off, just 14 minutes in. That is almost about a kill a minute going the way of the Dire squad here. Goal lead now is about 4,000 and an XP lead of about 2,500 going the way of the Dire side here. And Mushi, what has Mushi gone for? Mushi has in fact gone for that post-up, so he has opted for mobility over MAME, and rightfully so, going up against the likes of Darkseer, Luna, Legion Commander, the Disruption coming in as well, and Earth Spirit, who can initiate in from that Fog of War in a moment's notice. Probably the perfect choice coming in from Fnatic's mid laner there, and Fnatic, they're going in for another 3-hero smoke here. Luna is gonna be the focus, and Luna smells something fishy here. She's gonna back off, but is that gonna be nearly enough? She does have the TP available. We see the cooldown is gonna connect in, and that is going to be a dead Luna. We even see the tombstone being committed there just to get rid of those trees, and the Fog of War. Mushi is gonna walk in and see YCC there. We see Vendetta coming in from Ohio as well. Stun is gonna come at defensive TPs are gonna be just a little too late there. Magnetize does come in, and Ohio is gonna take some damage there, but Mushi as well as the Nyx Assassin is gonna be safe, and now we are gonna probably see a counter initiate coming in. Rubik though, it's just a little too late to the party. Shadow Demon is walking the wrong way. Rubik might go in for the loop around here. They do spot out the courier, but they're gonna go for XSSJ instead. Immediately the Telekinesis into Rocket Barrage, and that is one dead Rubik. One dead Shadow Demon. So tier 1 tower does take a fall there at the end of that team fight slash gank coming in from Fnatic. 243 gold exchange. They're not even getting a lot of gold now. That is how much ahead Fnatic is in this matchup. Gyrocopter does have that completed Dragon Lance as well as that Yasha now. Just 16 minutes in. That is a hell lot of a farm on the Gyrocopter there. That's probably going to be a Sanjay Yasha coming out, or reason not really too much reason to go for a Manta style. That's worked really well against the Eclipse coming in from Luna, but he's gonna love having that stats as well as the main coming into this mid game. Mushi has picked up that Invis Rune here. He's gonna immediately pop that up. Looks like Mushi does have that Ogre Club, so BKB is gonna be the next item out for Mushi by the looks of things. Legion Commander, 850 gold, so she's still a long way away from picking up that Blink Dagger, which is going to give MAX.X that initiate that they look for. There always have been pretty much answering out to Fnatic's ganks until this point. They haven't initiated in a fight themselves. Ohio again is going to walk up and he's going to give so much intel here. He is in Vendetta for the moment. He does spot out XSSJ, but I don't think he's going to be able to solo kill him unless Fonte does separate out, and that's going to be the case here. XSSJ does Ohio have enough of a window here to go in for the kill. Mushi is coming in with the rotation, and there you go. Shadow Demon separates out, and that is almost okay. There you go. The Astral comes in the nick of time. Maybe there might have been a small window to get a disruption off on Ohio and back off if XSSJ had some quick reflexes there, but looks like it wouldn't have mattered at the end, as Mushi is gonna come in and secure the kill. And Fnatic, they don't want to be giving up this tier 1 tower on top lane either, and Nyx Assassin is gonna immediately TP back towards this top lane. We do have the call down available on the Gyrocopter. Legion Commander, Earth Spirit, as well as the Daxi are here. We see a beautiful 2-hero Impale coming in, call down onto 2 heroes as well. The Rocket Barrage as well as the Flak Cannon doing massive damage here, and immediately the Legion Commander gets blown up. Darkseer takes a fall as well. Blink comes in from the Nyx Assassin, and the Impel is going to connect in. Earth Spirit takes a fall as well. Fnatic putting on a masterclass of a performance here in game 1 of this best of 3 here to start things off on day 2 of the group stages in the Arsos ROG Masters. So as things stand now, if Fnatic win game 1, Fnatic as well as Entity go through to the quarterfinals from this group. So MAX.Y, they are fighting for survival in this tournament at this moment. Roshan is going to be attempted up here by the side of Fnatic, and that is gonna be completely uncontested by the side of the Radiant here. Legion Commander 1250 gold now. She's about 1000 gold away from that Blink Dagger pickup. Doesn't look like she's going to have it anytime soon. However, all tier 2 still stand really strong. Fnatic, they do not have all that great of a pushing lineup. They do have the Gyrocopter, who's a very good pushing hero, as well as the Undying, who is able to zone out enemy heroes with that Tombstone, but they have pretty much opted to go for pickoffs here until this point, and do expect Fnatic to go in for that push now that they do have Aegis out onto was it the Gyrocopter? Yes, it is. And looks like he's picked up something as well. What does the courier have? The courier does have a completed BKB for the Gyrocopter. They couldn't. MAX.Y had absolutely no way to deal up with the Fnatic's Gyrocopter until this point, and now with the BKB completed, it is going to be a lot more difficult now. OD goes ahead and completes up the Hurricane Pike as well as that Blink Dagger. So Mushi loves to style on here. There we go. The stun comes out onto YCC, and YCC, he's gonna get Astraled up for the moment. That is gonna be a completely dead Legion Commander. Telekinesis comes out as well. A nice attempt at Hamlet toggling his way out of there, but that is not going to be the case this time around, and that is a dead Legion Commander for 30 seconds there. Gold swing of about 1000 now, and let's have a look at the net worth for the moment. It's going to be about 11,600 on the Gyrocopter, closely followed behind by OD on 10,622. So that's the Luna, considering that the amount of barrage that Luna has been under. Oh, there you go. Mushi, no problems whatsoever. Just gets a casual double kill there, walking into the bottom lane. Luna goes down. Earth Spirit goes down as well. Nyx Assassin, however, did take a fall, but that is not going to matter much in the grand scheme of things as it stands. Fnatic lead 22-5 here. 22 minutes in, and that is a colossal lead for the side from Malaysia. And there we go, we see the quick right clicks coming in from Raven, and the tier 2 is going to take a fall there, completely uncontested by MAX.Y. They're gonna have that high ground siege coming in pretty soon from Fnatic, and they better be ready. The Undying has picked up a mechanism as well as arcane boots. He does have 1,200 gold to boot on top of that. So that is going to be Guardian Greaves coming in real soon for the Undying. Double damage on the OD here, and he has picked up an ultimate orb for the moment, so that does look like it's gonna be a Sight of Wise coming in real soon for Fnatic's mid laner. What are we seeing? Ohio, what has he picked up? He does have the Blink Dagger, and he is working towards what looks like the makings of a Yule Scepter. OD is going to be coming in as well towards the top lane. That's all right. Demon just styling on here. He does have the stolen press the attack going out on Raven, and if this Gyrocopter wasn't buffed up enough, damage is going to be real right now, as Raven does walk up high ground here. He does have the Aegis of the Immortal available here, and that is a lot of structural damage coming in towards the tier 3. TPs are coming in from the side of MAX.Y. Looks like they don't want to give this away uncontested, but do they have enough? There's a lot of heal to back up Raven here. There is EU coming in as well. There's press the attack as well as the mech out on the Undying in case things get a little too dicey for Raven. He does have the Aegis of the Model as well. The side of MAX.Y are forced into a glyph for the moment. We see Shadow Demon coming in with the disruption out onto the Luna. Let's see if these illusions are going to be able to deal up with this. No, Gyrocopter gets that tier 3 and backs off, and Fnatic are going to be very happy with what they achieved in that siege there. Nothing much with only the Raven in the front lines. Very less amount of risk coming in, but looks like they want to bait the side of Fnatic in. Alright, it's not going to be the case. Mushi has already TP'd out of the top lane for a moment. When they did head into the trees there, we thought they might be pulling off a sort of a fake pseudo fallback, but Mushi already farming here in the mid lane. He wants to get up to that Sight of Wise real soon, and who falls him here? The amount that Fnatic are ahead by, there is no reason whatsoever for Fnatic to play it risky here. They can play it as safe as they want. They still have to one of their tier 1s alive, which is going to be under siege real soon here. Are they going to go ahead and blow the glyph? Yes, they do. Fonte as well as ZP are going to lead the charge here. Ohio does get spotted out, but a beautiful Blink Dagger coming in here. Inside stun does connect onto ZP. That duel comes in onto the Undying. A beautiful wow vacuum coming in there, and Luna is going to pick up the first kill onto the Undying, and a safe disengage comes out of Fnatic, losing only that support there in that fight. So they're going to be very happy here. 6-22 is the score, but the question is, are they going to go in? A TP cancel comes in with a beautiful blink. Telekinesis coming in. Duel comes out as well from the Rubik to hold him in position. Difference of Astral is going to keep the Rubik alive. The Wushi comes in with kill. As there we go, another disruption comes in. Luna blows the Eclipse. Is going to do nothing. Mushi drops the Ban Hammer there. That's a triple kill going to Mushi there on the OG, and all hell breaks loose. MAX.Y did get that first kill there, but things could have gone a lot better there if the Legion Commander could have TP'd out there scot-free, but quick fingers coming in there. Beautiful thinking from Demon on that Rubik, and they completely blow apart MAX.Y on their way out, and Mushi has now, on the back of that triple kill, picked up a completed Scythe of Wise. Boy, oh boy, Mushi, Fnatic, man. And all right, there we go. Raven, with the help of Ohio, just casually walks up towards the Fnatic base there in the bottom lane, picks off the Earth Spirit, no problems whatsoever, sir, and backs away. 26 minutes in, the score stands 26-6, so Fnatic continue to have one kill a minute there in this game, and that is an XP lead of about 20,000 and an XP lead of about 15,000 now going the way of the dire side there. Roshan is probably what Fnatic are waiting for here. It's going to be about 3.5 minutes before it respawns. So no reason for Fnatic to try and siege high ground at the moment. They're going to wait out and get that second Aegis out on Mushi before going for the next high ground siege. The Undying now has completed up a Hood of Defiance. So unlike I mentioned earlier, he did not go for the Guardian Greaves. Instead, decided to go for the Hood of Defiance against the magical damage coming in from that Eclipse, from Magnetize. So looks like that was the right choice coming in from the Undying after all. There is a Blink Dagger out on the Rubik. Ohio does have that Yule's Scepter completed up as well now. So he's gonna be very happy with where he stands right now. Darkseer has a Blink Dagger to complement that mechanism pickup. ZP really poor. He has a total net worth of about 2,700 now. Same goes the case of Shadow Demon, who's stuck with 2,700 as well. So both the supports of MAX.Y are severely underfarmed. The support on the side of Fnatic, that is the Rubik, 5,800 net worth. That is pretty much equivalent to the net worth of the Earth Spirit as well as the Shadow Demon put together. So not looking pretty for the Chinese squad here. But I must say though, this has been one of their first few international tournaments, and considering that standing up against Fnatic is going to be a tall order, a little bit of jitters coming into this matchup, I would presume. The Invents of YCC, in fact, said in chat before the match started in the lobby that he is a big fan of Mushi. So a little bit of a fanboy moment there coming in from YCC, the mid laner for MAX.Y. Fnatic, how far away is that? Roshan, alright, Roshan has respawned now, so do expect Fnatic here to group up and go in for that Roshan attempt. Mushi is not even gonna bother going into the ancient camp here, and they're gonna go in, they're gonna spot out a haste rune as well. Does Mushi have a bottle with him? He doesn't in fact, but he's going to go ahead and pick up that haste rune in case the side of MAX.Y decides to go in and engage here, and that is going to be the second Roshan of this match. Aegis is more likely than not gonna go on Mushi, as he does have that slot ready to go. Rubik as well as the Undying just pushing out the wave here in the mid lane. Smoke comes in here from the side of MAX.Y. Do they want to contest this? Are they gonna read this? They do see the dire scan coming in, but they're not gonna spot anyone out on the side of Fnatic, and that is Aegis going the way of 40. They need to get out right here, right now. MAX.Y don't want to engage into the side of Fnatic, who does have the Aegis here. Earth Spirit, has he done enough to disengage? No, he hasn't. He walks right into Mushi. Mushi comes in with the Astral, and adios ZP, he is dead. The stun did not connect in from the Nyx Assassin, but not needed there, as Mushi did have that Hex ready to deploy, and Earth Spirit down for 35 seconds. Goal lead now is in excess of 20,000, going the way of Fnatic, and an XP lead of about 20,000 as well. So Fnatic firmly in the driver's seat here. There's a double damage rune casually waiting there in the river as well. Mushi is going to push out the top lane, while his comrades, the Gyrocopter, Rubik, as well as the Undying, are going to push in the wave here in the mid lane, but let's wait and see where they decide to siege first. What is not going to differ is the fact that YCC is still really suffering for farm. He does have the Blink Dagger now, but with no BKB up, he's going to be dealt up with real easily if he goes in for the duel. And Fnatic are positioning up for what looks like the last push of this game here. We do see the pipes coming out from the Undying, allows them to walk up high ground. OD in here. Hex comes out as well. We see BKB is being popped in the backline. It's not even needed. Mushi, 2 right clicks down with the demon here. And we see BKB coming out of the gyro cup. The cooldown comes in as well. And that DK is going to deal up with the Earth Spirit. Gets blown up with that hammer coming in. Mushi goes wild here. As 4 heroes down, 5 heroes down. Buyback comes in from the Darkseer. Not gonna matter. Ultra kill to Mushi. And GG is called out by MAX.Y here. As it is a complete 5-player wipe coming in from Fnatic. They take game 1 of this best of 3 series to start things off here, and the Asus are
Well, we can see Darkseer completed the Crimson Guard, Morphling, Yasha up and ready. Rita, Cadis, Somni. Oh, okay, Somni actually has the Lotus Orb now. Chemo, Glimmer Cape, and Rappy has the Shadow Amulet, so gonna be going for the Glimmer Cape very soon, I suppose.
I think they're gonna need the possibly anytime soon. Really, I mean, they need it really. They possibly gonna help get the damage coming. I mean like off as well with the Timbersaw mana problems. They need the possibly on the Juggernaut just to deal with these 2 heroes.
Yep, he has been hearing you though. The Blade of Alacrity already being picked up here. The Diffusal Blade will be coming up fairly soon as well. So we can see right now both heroes are trying to hunt for each other, not going across each other just yet. The DJ, the pings are coming out. Gabby popping up the Manta illusions already. Getting the TP off. We'll be just trying to do a little bit of chip damage towards the tower here. So what's next for the Morphling? Manta style, I suppose?
Yeah, that's the best. Since we have so it's his illusion of ton of damage.
Yep, and he can actually safely siege the enemies' buildings, you know, from just a mile away, just setting in the illusion, slowly just dealing all the damage. Unfortunately, no Shadow Demon this game to actually buff up the illusion game.
Oh, and DJ.
Yep, Cadis does have the glimpse though. Static Storm being used as well, and instant adaptive strike melts him off, and his gem is dropped. Somni picks that up. And Execration not actually playing their A game today. Team TT really up on the high ground here. Does StarLadder have any buyback? No, it doesn't. So this is the StarLadder gone for 30 seconds on the clock. Bet moving in, trying to get a little bit of damage onto Kawabanga. Does he get the kill though? Lotus Orb being procced as well. And looks like Chemo will be the one to fall first. And Rappy looks like he might be falling pretty quickly as well. Omni Slash being used by Gabby. Kills off one. And now Ares might be the next to follow. But Timber Chains out will get out safely.
They don't have any solution to deal with Morphling.
Yep, they can't catch him. They don't have much stunts other than the Slithering Crush.
Yeah. But DJ also was out of the fight since he died earlier.
Yep. So like you said, there is no answer to the Morphling for now. But what can Execration actually do? You know, just to put things a little bit towards their favor.
I guess. Let's see.
You can see Darkseer already buying back. Wants to go for the fight here. Ares getting a chakram off, instantly kills off Rappy. But he does get the Tombstone off first. However, there is one more death. DJ instantly melting yet again.
If either of the heroes get a no kit for the storm, I think we're gonna really have a big trouble. But good thing he have his Black King, but I didn't realize when he picked that up.
Yeah, he just picked that up probably a couple of minutes ago. But an Orchid, who could actually buy an Orchid on the side of TT?
I think Morphling could get it for an upgrade later on for Bloodthorn since it's.
Oh, Abed trying to move in for the kill onto the Disruptor though, but you know, 3 other of his teammates are right in front of him. Abed just jaunts out. And Morphling picking up an Illusion Rune, a very delicious rune for him to use at this point of the game.
True.
His right click damage is already at 250 per hit.
Again, look at the illusion at the top. It's dealing like a hero damage over there.
Yep, the 2 illusion combined equals to 1 original Morphling. Abed moving in, has so
Abed.
little mana at the moment here. He still has Aegis though, but 0 mana. Oh, look at Chemo. Oh my goodness,
my
the
God.
illusion rune dealing so much right click damage.
Oh,
Meanwhile,
Getting
Gabby
caught
in
on.
the middle lane. How did he die? No static storm was used. It was just a adaptive strike E-blade combo, I suppose.
true. Probably. Plus the damage. The Matikas, I guess.
Yeah, very likely there. So we can see in the middle lane, Kawabanga wanting to go for yet another lane of frags here. So in the bottom lane, the ranged frags is still standing, but being a ranged frags has no regeneration whatsoever. They just couldn't care less. They want to go for the bigger objectives here. Take down the tier 3s and the middle lane melee racks. So we're gonna be proceeding to actually just right click the towers. DJ jumping in, going for the slithering crush, just to stall a little bit more time. Juggernaut buys back as well. Abed moving in, trying to get the kill onto the disruptor here. Storm, static storm, where is it? Static storm is being deployed. Abed bumps up his BKB, kills off Rita, but he will fall. Aegis pop for now. Gabby now under a lot of trouble. Right clicks from Kawabanga is real, trying to do walk it off because of the healing wall. Why don't they prioritize hitting the healing wall instead? And looks like Ares is back for more. Abed being the next target in line here. DJ getting the stun off for now. And an instant melt from Evo. Storm trying to deal as much work as he can on Kawabanga here, but Ares is close behind. Heals him up. Oh no, Kawabanga being stunned up. Strength more for now.
Oh.
It gets the replicate off.
Oh. They just can't deal with this Morphling.
Yes, they really can't. It's so hard to kill. I know Abed will be the initiator of the game most of the time, but he moves in with the Orchid and it just procs the Lincolns. Either way, if DJ were to be the one that initiates, has to actually proc the Lincolns with his ultimate. And his ultimate isn't exactly a very instant cooldown, it's 5 seconds. So during that 5 seconds, Chemo could have melted already.
Now Morphling is going for his Hearts of Skadi, I guess. So it's this guy. I'm really tanked up. No way to deal with him later on.
Yeah, DJ, the bottom lane there. Glimmer came up for now, will be able to survive. BKB coming in fairly closely, only 300 gold away. He was very lucky to actually have his teammate there to Glimmer him. Otherwise, he's going to be pushing him even further away from his BKB. Not to mention the gem would have been dropped yet again.
I feel like Abe is not playing A game for this match.
Yeah, probably, he's not comfortable with the hero entirely. Because, like I said, I don't really see much of a Storm Spirit from him. He normally plays Meepo, Invoker, and I believe he played a couple of times too. I don't really... But I bet not exactly being... I believe the hero going in more so as so isn't XP the best matchup for the...
Oh, true.
I mean, he's Storm than a lot of the players out there. Like Banga will get the tier 3, gonna be working on back that DJ actually played. It's also being used to score as much time as he can. A nice vacuum, but the wall not next. DJ goes for the Storm. On being deployed as well, hitting onto the Morphling. I bet BKB pops. It looks like Gabby will fall here, but Eerie might. I bet it won't be a problem though. The M dash up now, still so and Cowabunga was it moving, killing off people. Now I bet either Max here vacuum counted left and then extra ball flickers off. Mega kill streak. That extra goal going to the Morphling. And now the top tower, do they have buyback?
Only on Stormers.
Oh no. Game on for T. Not a T being the under the you just really them off guard.
Okay.
Guys. Bet trying to go for one more last stand here. Moves into the tower bunker. He easily strike bomb, start right clicking towards the tower. Tombstone also being used. He'll set by time, and he will without killing off the range. It's still made. It's like at 112 left.
Yeah, I had to max pass kill it, and it takes long. The Morphling over there.
Yep, indeed. So Morphling line 60 seconds. Buyback. Well, since they have the time for Roshan, but Roshan not spawning just yet. We have less than a minute to see at the 54-minute time or not. So potentially could be 5.5 minutes. Wait, 4.5 minutes. Before 4.5 minutes potential. So this will give another extra way for him to counteract the Morphling.
They have 2 Lotus Orb. I just realized that on the live now.
Yep, Timbersaw actually picked up the Lotus Orb pretty early on the game, so it's gonna be a lot harder to burst him down with all Execration having 1, 2. Okay, it's just the Witch Doctor's stun that really prompts.
I meant Ogre also have his orb, so it's he got 2.
Yep, so the debuff is able to debuff quite a lot. But how will Execration want to come back from this? Let's open up the graph. 15k lead for Team TT and about a little under 5k in terms of EXP there. Range Rex in the middle lane, the only one to not allow the mega creeps to start marching in. 112 life. They look to rat this though. Like the Morphling can just come in with the illusions and just kill it off, and that's megas. Kawabanga, another 17 seconds left on his replicate timer. Eye of Skadi already completed as well. Kiri, so he's moving in. BG goes for the stun, but he is dropping down so low so quickly. BKB already being popped out. The bouncing cast. Death Ward isn't deployed yet. Yes, it just started to deploy it, but Kawabanga is just feeling ticklish because of it. Wants to move on with Chemo, and GG call. Execration losing the first game of the day.
Oh, that was unexpected.
looks like the morphling game was a little bit too hard for them to counter though.
True indeed. So
Reserve time. Dire
Massive
team
respect ban by EOMX.
Yep, but now MLG it's their turn to think about a ban. So they see this lineup, right? It's a very team fight heavy lineup, and there's a Darkseer that is basically gonna demolish the off lane unless it is something like who can survive against the Darkseer? I don't know, if you have Oracle support, clear the creep, something like that. Oh, but yeah, oh, they ban out Ricky instead, and followed up by a Storm Spirit ban. So how are you feeling about these bans, man? What are they saying to you?
Well, Storm Spirit, if they pick up on MLG's side, is very good combo with the lifesteal. Of course, the same as this, it works the same as StarLadder, where you can just initiate onto one hero, burst him down very quickly, and just kind of turn the fight into 4v5 without committing too much. And looking at MLG right now, they have low cooldown abilities. Like, lifesteal doesn't necessarily need Infest to fight, and of course, StarLadder is always happy to spam his spells. Picking up a Storm Spirit would allow MLG to just control the tempo throughout the whole game. They can decide when they want to fight, where they want to fight with all this mobility and low cooldown coming up. And I think personally that's probably the best way to deal with high cooldown team fight spells, like team fight lineups. If they use a fight and they win a fight with all their spells, great, but as soon as you respawn, you take the fight to them when everything's on cooldown because you're already ready. All your spells are off cooldown because they have like what, 10, 12 seconds cooldown. And just take the pace of the game from there. And EOMX then ends up playing on the defensive, so I think the Storm Spirit ban is pretty good there. And the Ricky is also good because it's quite disruptive in the team fights. You can just drop a smoke and, well, people kind of stop casting spells. So, pretty good against the lifestealer if you want to silence him and keep him in the cloud. He doesn't have the ability to rage, and yeah, basically the same applies for the OD. He's not going to be able to cast Arcane Orb as well.
Yeah, but looks like MLG is running basically what eHome was running last game. So are they copying each other or something? I'm not too sure, but this game is gonna be pretty entertaining. We have the OD, which we've seen in the last game, and they pick up Razor to counter the Lifestealer.
I think just here, OD, just like I mentioned before, has the low cooldown in the first two spells, the Astral Imprisonment and the Arcane Orb. He's happy to fight without the Sanity Eclipse, and just like I said before, it allows MLG to control the tempo really well. Apart from that, it's not necessarily that they're copying the drops, it's just, I think it's just that the region itself is, they pick up the OG instead. That was on their team last time, so it's not the exact same drops, but yeah, the region similarities are there, the meta is there for the region, so they just have the similar playstyles.
Yeah, Sven. So that's gonna provide him a lot of armor to counteract the amplify damage. And he's also a pretty tanky guy when it comes to man fighting a Nyx. But the OD and his Intel Steel, that is the big playmaker here. Because OD can still destroy Sven with that pure damage, can still make him dumb. He kills Warlock Golems rather fast, he kills Darkseer rather easily as well. I think Razor is one of the few that he's gonna have a bit of trouble with, because Razor is very mobile, so you have to lock him down with Astro.
Reserve time. Dire team back. Ten seconds remaining. Fanatics turn to ban. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
Sand King.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Welcome everybody back to game 2 of this best of 3 series here to start things off on day 2 of the Arusus ROG Masters happening in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. I'm Shade Slayer and I'll be your caster for this game here. We just saw Fnatic come up with a masterful performance in game 1 on the back of Mushi's OD, hacking pretty much wrecking through the entirety of MAX.Y. MAX.Y now are out of the reckoning and won't be progressing through to the quarterfinals, but there is a lot of pride at stake here. They are going up against pretty much Southeast Asia's #1 team, and if they can put up a big fight, that would go a long way in boosting their confidence and helping them improve as a team moving forward. So let's have a look at the bans here. It is going to be the Batrider as well as the Nyx Assassin banned away by MAX.Y. The StarLadder as well as the Axe is taken away by Fnatic. MAX.Y are going to open things up this time around though with that Sand King pickup. Sand King in the last draft made its way all the way through the first set of bans and picks.
Reserve time.
This time around, however, he is going to be immediately picked up by MAX.Y to open things up. Fnatic go back to the Rubik. Last game we saw Demon being one of the clutch performers in that Fnatic victory there. Time and time again is able to gank lanes, open things up with that telekinesis setup. So he's going to be on that Rubik yet again. Juggernaut is going to be picked up by Fnatic this time around. So last time we saw MAX.Y throw a curveball going in with an unconventional draft with the Legion Commander. This time around though, Fnatic, they're going to switch things up a little. Yes, Juggernaut is one of the top tier picks, I would say, in this meta, but I haven't seen Fnatic run a lot of it, especially in the Asus ROG Masters. So they've been always inclined towards going for that live stealer or the gyrocopter that we saw last game. This time around though, it does look like Raven is going to be handling that Juggernaut. Dazzle is the pickup from MAX.Y here, so very surprising. Going up against the Juggernaut, yes, that weave is going to go a long way in helping MAX.Y deal up with the DPS coming in from the carry of Fnatic. But we'll have to wait and see. Alchemist is banned away, so Fnatic, they did first phase ban away the Alchemist last time around too. So probably not all. They do not want MAX.Y to wield that Alchemist. It ends up being very pesky if his farm goes unchecked and he does get up that early Armlet Radiance Octarine Core Manta build. So Shadow Fiend is going to be banned away by MAX.Y. A small pretty much a small info to all the viewers who have tuned in. Mushi yesterday picked up the Shadow Fiend versus game 1 versus Entity Esports, and he ended up getting a rampage in that game. So MAX.Y, I'm pretty sure they went back to their hotels yesterday night and had a look at those wards, and they definitely, I would say, don't want to be dealing up with Mushi's SF. So Tinker gets banned away as well by MAX.Y. Ursa Warrior banned away by Fnatic. Yesterday we saw a lot of Ursa games. Sadly today though, game 1, he went through the entire draft phase unnoticed. Fnatic pull out the Centaur War Runner. Centaur, again, one of those niche picks that is very situational. Let's see if Fnatic can, if there is any team in SEA that can make it work, it's definitely Fnatic. And MAX.Y, Surprise, surprise, surprise. They are going to pull up that surprise pick at the Draw Ranger. Sarcasm completely intended. So, Draw Ranger out. So, more likely they're not going to be a push threat. MAX.Y will definitely now be looking for a ranged mid laner as well. It's not going to be like something like an invoker coming in. We'll have to wait and see. If it is a Quasi-X Invoker, goes really well in controlling up the Centaur War Runner and the rest of his allies during Stampede as well. So let's see, Bounty Hunter is the pickup coming in from Fnatic. So they're going to be looking to get a lot of pickoffs. You have the Bounty Hunter coming in with the track. You have the Initiate with that Stampede into the Hoof Stomp coming in from Centaur as well. And you're going to have the Fade Bolt from the Rubik as well as the Arsenal of Spells, the Blade Fury, as well as the Omnislash coming in from the Juggernaut to start things off in a team fight. So Drow Ranger, she's gonna have to watch her back. There is a lot of way they can track her around. Pun this time around not intended. They can see where the Draw Ranger is, get the track of Centaur War Runner with that Blink Initiate. She's not gonna be a happy woman seeing how Fnatic can immediately cut the distance in this game. Dragon Knight is gonna be the pickup coming in for MAX.Y, so they're gonna go in for tank here in the mid lane. Last time around it was the Legion Commander. Yes, Legion Commander versus the OD. Not all that great of a matchup, but we did see YCC hold his own, not get completely stomped. He was actually able to go blow for blow, get a lot of farm there in the mid lane. But the problem came in the fact that MAX.X's safe lane got completely trashed by Ohio on that Nyx Assassin and EU on the Undying. So that was an aggressive dual lane that Fnatic and the last time around completely caught MAX.Y off guard, and the Luna never ever came online. So Chen is going to be the pickup from MAX.Y here. So some more push coming in. DK is going to have that Dragon Farm, is going to aid the push here. Drow Ranger is going to have that precision aura. Chen is going to be also there with his entire army of creeps ready to make the siege here. The question is, are MAX.Y gonna get enough space for the heroes to come online? And if they do, they have that timing window. It has to be that sweet 25 to 30 minute mark where they have to make things happen. If they do not, the window is going to shut close, and the Juggernaut is going to become just a little too much for MAX.Y to handle. And Admiral Kunkka is going to be the last pickup here for Fnatic. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for all the viewers who have tuned in here for this game. This is a best of 3 series, the last series in the group stages. Fnatic as well as Entity Esports are already through to the quarterfinals, but a lot of pride at stake here. Game 2, it is Fnatic versus MAX.Y in the Asus ROG Masters. I'm Shadelayer from LXG India TV. If you like what we do, please do drop us a follow there on our Twitch channel. That being said, we are waiting on players to pick up their heroes. This does look like it is going to be a mid-solo Kunkka from the one and only Mushi. How excited are all of you? I definitely am. And with that, we have loaded into the game here. Fnatic are going to be starting on the Radiant side. Mushi is going to be on the Admiral Kunkka in the mid lane. EU is going to be playing the roaming Bounty Hunter. Demon is going to be playing the Rubik yet again. Raven is going to be on the Juggernaut. And that finally puts Ohio onto the Centaur War Runner. On the side of the Dire, we have the team all the way from China. MAX.Y ZP is going to be playing that Chen in the jungle. XXSJ is going to be playing the Dazzle this time around. YCC is going to be playing the Dragon Knight in the mid lane. 5-9 is going to be playing the Sand King in the off lane. And that finally puts Fonte, the carry of MAX.Y, onto the Drow Ranger in the safe lane. Bounty Hunter looks like he's going to be going around blocking this pull camp here to start things off for the side of Fnatic, while the entirety of MAX.Y looks like they want to be contesting this top rune for the moment. The bounty hunter is going to forward that info out, and pings coming in here. Did they spot out the bounty hunter? Yes, they did. They know for a fact now that there is a sentry dropped here, immediately dewarded away by ZP. Bounty hunter there is going to go a long way. That is going to be an important part of this execution coming in from MAX.Y and the Fnatic stalling that. The bounty hunter can be a big pest to this Chen coming online, and if it gets delayed enough, and if the Chen cannot hit that all important level 6 level 7 for the push to begin, Fnatic would have bought enough time for their cores to come online, and MAX.Y are going to be in a world of pain. In the mid lane, it's going to be the DK versus the Kunkka here, so this should be a pretty even Steven matchup. Early, though, a little bit of a problematic lane to start things off for the DK, but once he does have that Dragon Blood as well as Breathe Fire, with that bottle, he should be able to hold his own. Also, we might expect Chen to be paying that mid lane a couple of visits here, so you never know, you never know. Drow Ranger is going to be playing in the safe lane. Not going to have much of a support here, but oh, there we go. We see XSSJ dropping really low here. One more right click from EU is going to be enough. But the Juke's coming in here. Bounty Hunter does not have enough movement speed there to get that last right click in. And XSSJ is going to live to fight another day. So cutting it oh so close there, but first blood isn't spilt just yet. Ohio is going to be in the off lane, so that is going to be a Dazzle as well as a Drow Ranger up against the Centaur. Centaur shouldn't technically be getting a lot done in this lane, but for the moment the wave is pushed up here, and Ohio, one of the experts in playing this safe off-lane matchup, he should be able to get a lot done despite having an unfavorable matchup. What's the Chen doing here? The Chen has hit level 2.5 here, so the Bounty Hunter did make that rotation earlier towards that top lane. So the Chen has got a little bit of an uncontested farm here, has hit level 2.5 pretty easily. Shouldn't be the case when the opponent does have a Chen here immediately smoked up. The Chen is going to be looking to make a rotation towards the top lane here. What does he have? He does have a Satire Basher up over here. He does have Purge available to set things up against the Centaur here. The Centaur, however, he is in a very awkward position. You're not going to be able to catch him out unless he does overextend a lot more. The Chen is going to come in, and the Frost Arrows are going to be out of reach by the looks of things. All right, the Purge does come in, but Ohio, he has a TP ready to go, and this just pretty much shows the experience that Ohio wields in this off lane. Senses the danger there, knows for a fact that they do not have any disable between the three of them there on the side of MAX.Y. The Chen, the Dazzle, and the Drow Ranger is safely able to TP out of there. So another problem that MAX.Y potentially has, they have only 2 stuns. They have the Sanking stun coming in, as well as the Dragon Tail on TK, but that's gonna be it. There's gonna be not much of CC on the side of MAX.Y to deal up with, especially heroes like the Centaur and the Juggernaut. So let's see if that actually comes to bite MAX.Y in the rear a little later in this game. Firstly, though, Chen is getting a lot of levels, and that is a positive sign for the Chinese squad to begin this match up with. We see 4 minutes in. Fnatic do have 400 gold lead here to start things off. Bounty Hunter goes in for a rotation, and meanwhile on the bot lane, I get hit by the Toby curse here. I'm really sorry. Juggernaut goes in there. Raven picks up the first blood in the bottom lane, and the Sanking there takes a fall. Overextension maybe coming in from 5-9, and Dazzle there gets picked off as well with the combo there between the Centaur and the Bounty Hunter. Drow Ranger continues to hang around here, but the Bounty Hunter doesn't want to be engaging in just yet. I'm guessing spells, alright, the spells were available on the Centaur here, so not really sure why they didn't engage into the Drow Ranger, but there's going to be a TP coming in regardless here. Chen is setting up in the mid lane as well. Drow Ranger, alright. There we go. The bounty hunter, has he been spotted out here? That's the question. XSSJ is going to get the pull off here. Centaur War Runner is not anywhere close to helping the bounty hunter out. So things might change though if he does decide to come in here. Drow Ranger is playing it very aggressive. We do see EU going in here. Nope. The Centaur has no reason to commit in there. No way he's going to be able to creep, skip and walk in. And with that, there's going to be just some harass coming in from Fnatic towards the top lane. In the bottom lane, however, we do see Sanking coming in with the Impaled. Raven drops really low, goes into the spin, but the right clicks coming in from the Sanking, as well as this rotation from the Chen is going to be enough here to get the first kill on the board for MAX.Y. So 2-1 is the score here. 5 minutes in, and Fnatic with that one kill lead rather is doing really well here. 1500 gold lead, XP lead of about 400 as well. So going up against an early game lineup from MAX.Y, they're going to be very happy with where things stand. Chen is moving in aggressively now. He's playing inside the jungle of Fnatic. That is a risky, I would say a very ballsy play coming in, especially against players like Demon, who have pretty much seen a lot of this exact same thing. And there you go, the bounty hunter as well as this Rubik here want to go on the hunt. They're figuring out exactly where Chen is, and Rubik, there you go, he's coming in here. Bounty Hunter is going to start things off. Fate Bolt comes in as well. Do they have enough damage? The Telekinesis comes out here, but a beautiful storm coming in from the Chen there is not going to be enough to keep him alive, and Rubik picks up the kill. Bounty Hunter throws in a toss as well, because why not? And that is 3 kills now going the way of Fnatic, and boy, oh boy, things are getting out of control already for MAX.Y. This is something that we discussed during the draft. When you do go in for this all-in push lineup, you need these lanes to go your way. You need this early game to go your way, else your heroes are not going to come online in the right time, and that's going to be a world of trouble. There you go, ultimate comes in from the DK, immediately TB coming in as well, but a beautiful telekinesis coming in from Demon there to allow Fnatic to safely disengage. Chen is just going to be a little too late to the party towards there in the mid lane, but they can, however, transition this into a push now. There is the dragon form out onto the DK here, a couple of creeps as well. Both coming in from Mushi here is going to deal up with this wave, and that is push pretty much done for this wave. So Mushi does decide to throw out the board for that, but completely warranted there, as they stop this push from coming in, and already Chen has given up on this push here in the mid lane. Sanking, he's not yet hit level 6, so he's gonna have 3 levels into Burrow Strike. This is not your typical jungler Sanking build, so this Sanking can gank even pre-level 6 or 7. He does have a lot of points into Burrow Strike, contrary to Santom. There we go, we actually see the Stampede coming in. They're going to engage in on Gust, misses out here. Drow Ranger, is she going to go down? There is no support coming in just yet. There is the Chen coming in from the sideline. We see a Salve coming out here, and that Salve keeps him alive, buys him enough time for the Chen to come in, and the Dazzle throws on the heal as well, and the Drow Ranger survives a big scare from Fnatic there. Stampede goes on cooldown, and a big threat thwarted away by MAX.Y there. Meanwhile, the Juggernaut goes in here towards the bottom tower here. We see the Omni Slash committed here. Spin comes out as well. Demon with the solo Burrow Strike there gets the kill, but the DK has come in with the rotation. He did have the Dragon Tail available, but no point using that up against the duo of the Juggernaut as well as the Rubik there. He wouldn't have been able to secure that kill without any more rotations coming in. Meanwhile, MAX.Y are going to commit in towards this top tier 1 tower. There is the Bounty Hunter as well as Ohio waiting here. Multiple stunlock coming in, and the heal bomb from the Dazzle just blows him up. The dust comes out as well. Does force out a TP from Mushi here. Mushi coming into play with the Kunkka. He does throw out the Torrent here, does catch Chen out in the backlines, but with the Drow Ranger here, with Gust available, I don't see them committing in here just yet. They did, however, lose the Centaur there. If the Centaur was available with the Stampede, they might have thought about running in. Not gonna be the case, but tier 1 tower does go the way of Fnatic here. 4-2 is the lead, and almost 10 minutes in, 2k gold lead, 1000 XP lead, and the side of MAX.X, they do have a pushing lineup. They have to start knocking these tier 1 towers down. They did put in a little bit of a damage, but wasn't much here in the top lane. But the mid lane tier 1 tower is slowly but surely dropping low to this pressure coming in from YCC. But is that nearly enough? That is now, is the second or the third Elder form that YCC has used, and that is yet to yield even a single tower. A board comes out of the 2 heroes on top. Chen is forced to blow the hand of God there just to keep the heroes on the side of MAX.X alive. And there you go, the Stampede comes out. X marks the spot as well. It's gonna bring GP back, and Kunka swings away, and the Tidebringer finishes up Chen in the back lines and is going to mop up the rest of Chen's creep wave as well. Fonte and the rest of MAX.X don't want anything to do with the Mushi there in the top lane. They're going to back up, and Fnatic successfully taught yet another push. So this is pretty much a ticking bomb now for MAX.X. They, like I said, 25 to 30 minutes is that window that they have, and they have already exhausted 10 of it. So unless they're able to get a lot done in the next 15 minutes, Fnatic are going to be in the driver's seat here in game 2 to finish the series off 2-0. Pressure, in fact, is going to be coming in from Fnatic here in the top lane, as Juggernaut has rotated all the way from the safe lane. He does have the healing ward available as well. It's holding onto it just yet, and there we go. He deploys it, and a lot of damage being dealt onto the tier 1 tower. No response coming in from MAX.X here just yet. So MAX.X having the pushing lineup. Looks like, oh, there we go. The TP's are coming in. Blade Fury comes in as well. The stun does connect immediately onto the DK, but there is a grave to keep him alive here. Dragon Tail comes out as well. Is the DK going to be able to survive through? But the toss coming in from the bounty hunter going to be enough. There's going to be the ultimate spam by Raven there as well. Picks up the kill onto the Dazzle. Fate Bolt coming in from the Rubik. Picks up the third kill. Demon on the killing spree, and 3 heroes wiped on the side of MAX.X. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Tier 1 goes down, 3 heroes go down, and with that, MAX.X's chances here in game 2 as well. But Joe Ranger, what does she have? She is building up towards what looks like a Dragon Lance. She's about still 500 gold away, so not all that great, but I would say things are not looking all that great. Even with that Dragon Lance, I seriously have my doubts as to how effective this Drow Ranger is going to be in this lineup, as the rest of those heroes haven't been all that impactful. Dragon Knight, level 9, yes, but that is about 4 Elder forms blown already, and Juggernaut in the backline with the help of the Bounty Hunter does pick up 1 kill, and now DK has been figured out. Are they going to go, and Track comes in here? Juggernaut goes to work, but there is an immediate gust. We see the Centaur coming in with the Stampede as well. Are they going to turn in here? Toss out onto 3 heroes. We see Kunka coming in as well. The Torrent is going to connect. Storm connects as well. Spin is going to blow up. Hand of God is going to keep GK alive for the moment. A secondary Torrent coming in. Board thrown in as well, and Centaur drops the DK. Tier 1 is going to take a fall here on the side of Fnatic, and looks like Tier 2 is going to go down real soon as well. 25 seconds on the sidelines here for the mid laner of MAX.X. They cannot retaliate whatsoever. Even the Sand King is not even going to bother coming back here. He's going to stay here in the bottom lane, try and get as many levels as possible, and try and rush that Blink Dagger that they need to counter Initiate in, versus the Stampede Initiate coming in for Fnatic. Does Centaur have an right? Centaur in fact hasn't even gone for the Blink Dagger. He has gone for Hood of Defiance Vanguard. So Tank is the name of the game for Centaur this game. Ohio going in, opting to be tanky rather than being that initiator. So it has paid dividends here. Let alone burst the Centaur down. They haven't been able to burst even the Bounty Hunter down at this point, and that calls in for a desperation smoke. This is going to be a Roshan attempt coming in from MAX.X. There we go. Dragon Tail comes in here onto Mushi. Mushi going to get stunned up as well. 2 hero Impale coming in. Bounty Hunter Mushi is going to keep himself alive on the top lane in here. The Juggernaut has joined the fight, and now things are turning really bad for MAX.X. Here's Finn coming in from the Juggernaut on the backline. We do see the Centaur War Runner coming in. The Storm is not going to connect onto either of the heroes. Beautiful sidestepping there coming in. Omni Slash dropped in by the Juggernaut. There is immediately a turn coming in here. Juggernaut takes a fall. Breathe Fire as well as the heal bomb coming in is going to be enough. Ohio is going to turn around, get the impale off. Telekinesis comes out as well. Out onto the DK. Breathe Fire comes in. He's going to turn in around, but there is a lot of work coming in from the bounty hunter in the backline. Does drop the DK really low, but the Dragon Tail coming in. Beautiful play there. Mushi's coming back into play here. One Tidebringer drops him down. He is going to turn around here. X-Max is fogged onto the Dazzle here. There is no grave available, and the Void Bolt is going to kill and finish up MAX.X, leaving Sanking the last man alive here. But they're going to turn tail and chase. Are they? They're not going to be able to catch up by the looks of things. So 4 kills is all she wrote. A 2-for-4 trade in favor of Fnatic, and MAX.X, they get a beautiful initiation. And whoa, they got a beautiful initiation there, but that play from Fnatic, that play from Mushi, they're sidestepping, getting in, disengaged, re-engaging back, picking off priority targets, and that works out really well in favor of the Radiant side here, as that is a desperation smoke that MAX.X went for and didn't work out in their favor. Let's have a look at the net worth here. 12,000 gold lead and an XP lead of about 7,500 now going the way of Fnatic. And we talked about the 25 minutes time. It is 16 minutes in, and 10 more minutes to go for the side of the Dire. 10 to 15, I would say, best case scenario for them to start getting this push going. Still, all of the tier 1 towers are intact, so the Chen, he doesn't have... Where is that mechanism that the Chen also needs for the push here coming out of MAX.X? He has only an Arcane Butcher. As we look at the net worth, we can see 1,600 gold the net worth out on the Dazzle. That is almost 1/3 that of the Bounty Hunter, which is pretty much the position 5 support on the side of Fnatic. So things not looking good is pretty much the mildest way to say for Fnatic, for MAX.X rather, as the tier 2 takes a beating here. There is the glyph being expended for the moment, and the tier 2 is going to take a fall pretty soon. MAX.X is going to come in here with the blink as well as the Dragon Tail, but Ohio, he is going to go ahead and blow that Stampede to get his team out of dodge. There is a stolen spell on the back lines as well, and Demon is going to get again Dragon Tail out there. Are they going to get that counter disengage? Comes in here with the Torrent as well as the ship. Spin goes off from Raven. XXSJ is also dead, but in the backlines they do manage to pick up the DK here. Stun comes out onto Mushi, but is that going to be the wrong choice coming in from YCC to engage? And Omni Slash comes in here, blows him to smithereens, and that did look like Rubik was going to survive through that. Regardless, goes down, but that is 4 heroes down on the side of MAX.X, and with that, 18-6 is the score. 18 minutes in. Goal lead now of about 14,000 and an XP lead of about 10,000 going the way of Fnatic, and that is... Again, Fnatic, last time around we saw them, they have this reputation to maintain 1 kill a minute, and 18 minutes, 18 kills in game 2. They are not disappointing any of the Fnatic fans that are tuning in. Juggernaut, what has he picked up here? Let's look at the item progression on the heroes of Fnatic. Juggernaut, sitting on 8,700 net worth, does have that perseverance as well as the Yasha, so he hasn't committed into an early battle fury here, is instead gone in for that stats fighting build. Demon, what has he stolen there in the mid lane? Looks like he did manage to catch Breed Fire. He would have been a lot more happy if he could pick up the Dragon Tail instead. DK, however, does have that Blink Dagger to initiate in Centaur. Warrunner finally does have that Blink Dagger ready to go, and he is working his way towards the makings of a Crimson Guard. Kunkka has gone for that stock standard DPS build here. He does have the Armlet of Morrigan as well as the Chrysalis in the back end. We do see Dragon Tail initiation coming in onto AU, but the mechanism as well as the counter initiate coming in from the center is going to be enough. The boat is going to connect in as well. YCC, he is going to be kept alive for the moment with that shallow grave coming in. Ohio in the back lines though is going to be able to survive. Sanking gets dropped up here. X Marks spot comes out onto the DK as well. Spin comes in from Raven, but there's a blink away in the wrong time there. YCC gets pulled back in to the arms of Fnatic. Dragon Tail to keep him alive for the moment, but Flinkstone coming in from Ohio, he gets blown up despite the heal coming in from the Dazzle. And Dazzle now, are they going to look to go and engage onto the Dazzle? Ohio is really suffering here for the moment. In fact, GG is called out by YCC, and just have to wait and see if that is going to be a fake GG or are they actually tapping out. Yes, they are. And with that, things went all so bad. I called it at the beginning, 25 minutes or the side of MAX.Y lose this. 25 minutes in, they don't see even a single tier 1 going down. They tap out, and with that, Fnatic take out MAX.Y 2-0 here to round things off in the group stages of the Asus ROG Masters happening at Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. This is Shade Slayer from Alexandria TV signing off. We will be back at 2:50 Malaysia time a little later with the first quarterfinal BO3 here. So don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for all the viewers who tuned in.
Oh my goodness, there was no sound at all. I was casting. Guys, I'm so sorry. My mic was on mute. So terribly sorry there. So right now we can see 4 is the 9th score, 20 minutes into the game. All tier 2 towers are down the side of Execration. So Somni. Soul Ring up and completed already. So right now, 80 minutes into the game, we can see 11k net worth for the Drow Ranger, 9k for the Outworld Devourer. So Execration going to be having a huge lead here, 10k in gold already and about 5k in terms of EXP. And how will TTT actually counter this? Mirana is pretty close to the X after another 700 gold away, sorry. And Gabby now gonna go for the Mitchell Hammer. BKB up, I suppose. So right now, Team TT are feeling very enclosed and caged here. They don't really have much space to farm, seeing that all their tier 2 towers are down. So they have not much map awareness. They have an observer ward over here, as well as here for now, but it's not really doing too much in terms of their farm. They are so afraid to go out. You have to understand the Drow Ranger as well as the Outworld Devourer now dish out massive amount of damage. Bat has yet to use his ultimate as well. Still at level 1 though. So it's 3 levels of the Arcane Orb that he opts to go for. Oh, Ares is being pinged out here. DJ is going to be skulking him. Manages to TP out. So Rappy, mech up and ready for him. So let's see either progressions. Iron Pike up and ready for Abed. So yes, indeed, it will be a BKB for Gabby. And they're just having the time of their lives here. Aegis of Immortal has been used. So we can see right now Team TT are struggling a little bit in terms of their farm. Vita gonna go to the ancient camps for now, but looks like Ares. No, there was no follow-up from Execration as all of the team are still pretty far away. Rappy, Kimo as well as Gabby are working on the ancient stacks right now. Top lane, DJ going against Kawabanga though, but he is alone. There is not enough damage coming out from him just yet. And meanwhile, OD gets the kill off onto Ares. Abed now under a lot of trouble here. Ravage being used. DJ comes in with a beautiful impale, saving his teammate there. So Somni, Medallion being picked up. Medallion though, they are so magic focused and yet they actually bought a Medallion. Probably just buff up a little bit of right clicks coming out from the Terror Blade. There's a negative armor buff, could probably help to kill him off. But look at blinking in with the Spike Carapace, no fear at all. Understand he has the Force Staff if he wants to go in. So Arrow, not connecting though, hitting onto a creep up bad. Right clicking there, look at how fast Ares melts. The illusion not going to be helping much as the arcane orbs are going to be dealing massive amount of damage to the illusions. And look like Rita might be the next to fall here. Gabby with the right click, one more right click there, glimpse back but it's not in time. Kawabanga now all alone. It looks like they have to give up the racks here. There is no buybacks from either team. It's not the time to use it as well. Abed, no fear at all, moves into the charge, gets the PKB, pushes himself back. And this is gonna be 2 racks, guys. Look at how fast it drops. Arrow not gonna connect yet again, and right now Kawabanga getting right clicks by the OD. Abed, so much damage here. The aura coming out from Gabby is just massive. Look at his damage. It is at 250 per right click, and this is without the damage from the arcane orbs. He's gonna be finishing the last range racks here. Well, they want to go for more though. It's still 30 seconds on the clock for the Terror Blade, and looks like Ares will be the next to fall. 40 seconds on the clock for him. Unstoppable streak. And Abed will just continue to just create space for Gabby to work on the tier 3s as well as the racks. This could potentially be an under 30-minute game. And GG called, guys. So game 1 convincingly taken by Ares, but looks like for this, Execration will get the win. So guys, we'll be moving on to game 3 very shortly. Stay tuned.
Great teamwork, you vicious thugs.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's middle barracks are under attack. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Dire's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's ancient is under attack.
Murder spree.
Dire's ancient is under attack. Dire's ancient is under attack. Dire team
Game
back.
3, MLG versus EOMX, and Game 1, Game 2 were such good games for to what either team can bring. Now,
Nice.
I'm just gonna quickly talk about the drafts once again. First game, eHomeX took the Life Stealer, took the StarLadder, took the OD. Snowballed out of control. Whole game from the laning stage. Destroyed with they destroyed with the silencer as well, which is why MLG is banning out the silencer in the first phase here. Second game, MLG took the StarLadder, the Life Stealer, and the OD. Kind of took off with the early game really quickly, and then just took the game from there as well. So I think we're going to be seeing those three picks once again. But bad rate of ban from eHome. No Naga Siren and Juggernaut ban like the past two games. No respect bans coming out towards Miracle just yet.
Yeah, no respect, man. Have some respect.
The disrespect bans, Capo.
Yeah, but disrespect bans, right? So you ban Meepo and Invoker. Disrespect the enemy team.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm just gonna talk about, okay.
Oh, there's
They
one
see-
respect ban.
That means it's the first pick Juggernaut for MLG. It's definitely a first pick Juggernaut.
Nah, it's supposed to be
Right,
terribly.
They always do that.
Show me the solo mid Terrorblade Miracle. I want to feel it in my bones again.
Saving strats, that's for the main stage.
That's for main stage? Okay, fine. Fine, be
I'm
that
just-
way.
I'm just gonna quickly talk about this again. Both teams have qualified for the main stage aggressive 5 actually. Fortunately losing 0-2 series yesterday, and I think they have failed to qualify. So both teams will be moving on to the quarterfinals in a short while after this game. And yeah, they could be saving strats for the quarterfinals, so we just have to look out for that one instead.
Yeah, because regardless of who wins or loses this series, they are guaranteed a place in the group stage. That mean in the quarterfinals. Is that right?
I think so. I assume that's how it works. I'm not entirely very clear, and I am ashamed because it is not a Juggernaut first pick.
Yeah,
And
it's
it
gonna
better
be
be
StarLadder.
They ban out the lifestealer themselves, so they're definitely going for a Juggernaut on the MLG side.
Are
Because
you
that's what they
sure
always
they're
do.
definitely going for Juggernaut?
Yes, I am quite sure because most C teams, after what we saw yesterday, they ban out either the Lifestealer or the Juggernaut, and then they ban the they pair the Bat Rider with either the Juggernaut, Lifestealer, or I think it was the Sven. So some physical burst damage heavy lineup. So probably what we're gonna see here. But since the Lifestealer is out, I think Slaughter Jug might be the way to go. But then there's no infest on Juggernaut, so it's not entirely
There's
all that
no
great.
fest on Juggernaut. Oh my god.
It's the true story. True story.
Alright.
But of course, Juggernaut being one of Miracle's better heroes, I think we said yesterday that he has a 70% win rate or somewhere around there, maybe 68 to 72, somewhere around there. I think if he's good with it, why not pick it? But they do have the chance to experiment with new strategies here, MLG. This is a low-risk game, so...
Keep going on, Emperor. Keep going on.
Actually, the Juggernaut actually picked up by the eHome X side instead with Ogre Magi. Very potent combo in the lane, of course, with the Ignite, Fire Blast, and the spins having so much kill potential right there. Able to bring down lots of heroes very quickly. And since the Juggernaut has been picked up by eHome instead, they don't need to ban the hero because, well, it's a denying pick, and that's very comfortable with eHome as well. On that note, though, this means MLG has to go for a different hero for Miracle. Just think about it, we have seen Miracle play Morphling, TB, Naga, Lifestealer, so, and the Phantom Lancer in the first game of the series, we might just see that again.
Well
Warlock
played.
being picked up instead on the side of Miracle. Miracle, I keep
On the
calling
side
whole
of
team
Miracle. Oh, Miracle is playing Warlock and the StarLadder. Alright, boys, so there's gonna be a lot of stress on Miracle right now. He's playing two heroes at once, and he needs to support. He needs to support and carry at the same time. So I'm not too sure how he's gonna do this.
To be perfectly honest, he did say he likes microing. So, jokes aside though, Warlock of course very strong. We didn't get to see too much of it last game. It was I think subpar in the last game. There's no crazy 5-man ultis or 5-man upheavals. And I'm hoping to see something a bit better this game, but it wasn't the player's fault not necessarily. It's just the situation didn't allow it. Just the way MLG played around the cooldowns of eHome X for that lineup. So hopefully we can see some more exciting casts here with the Summon Warlock Chaotic Offering spell.
I got that pun. Casts like us casting and him casting. I got that. Well played.
We're gonna be casting Warlock, casting the ulti. So.
Yep. So we need to have some incantations.
So we can cast while we cast.
So Emperor, do you know what an automaton is?
Automaton? Yes, I have a sense.
Wow, you have it?
No, I have an idea of what it is, but I don't think I want to see it being used just yet. So,
it's what we use to summon the golem, okay?
Not like this.
Not like this. Kappa. Okay. So game. Let's see. Reserve time. Low for MLG and going down for eHome. They ban out Timbersaw, so they don't want to have the Raging Potato Timbersaw. OD's banned out. Axe is banned out. So...
I think this is Rubik. This is Rubik coming in. Yo, look at all the steals. Fire Blast, Ignite, Spin, Omni Slash, Roar, Boar, Bird. So good right now.
Boar, Bird, boys!
You can steal that stuff, and it's so good. Why would you want a massive slow or massive vision over an area?
Alright, come on. Show us the money. It's gonna be the Rubik. Grand Megas.
Man, Ninja Boogie is so good on Rubik. I just love it so much. The way he just stole so many spells in the game against the Aggressive 5 yesterday.
Twitch chat, do you hear that? He's Kappa Pride for Ninja Boogie.
Pregnant me, Ninja Boogie.
Spell steal you, right? Ninja Boogie, please spell steal from me.
The Ninja Boogie Rubik stole my heart. But the Witch
Okay.
Doctor instead, it is pretty good. Of course, with the StarLadder, you can get all this physical damage and yeah, very good burst physical damage coming out from the Witch Doctor instead. That means they don't really have to go for a physical damage core like typically Omni Juggernaut is the physical damage core, right? You get all this burst damage coming out from the Omni Slash, but
5 seconds remaining.
now with the Witch Doctor pickup, you have that aspect of team fighting covered. Of course, you can go for another physical carry, but you can also opt to go for something like a Morphling instead. Now you have this magical burst damage in the early game. You have this split pushing that Miracle really likes, and yeah, basically it just opens up a lot more versatility for the draft because they have that one aspect of it covered, I think.
Spending a lot of reserve time on this. So Mineski picked the oh yeah, look at it go, roll out the barrel, feel it in your bones. That's a great song, guys.
On
Great
that
song.
note though, I want to just point out that eHome X has a lot of single target spells. Not entirely sure how they're gonna handle the team fighting aspect without much AoE here. I think they need to pick up some AoE very soon. I'm actually so surprised that yeah, there it is, the AoE. There we go, very strong solid, and I'm very surprised that Southeast Asian teams don't seem to like the Tidehunter as much. I mean, we see Western team play it all the time, but I've been casting a Requiem Autumn, and we see like European teams and American teams pick up Tidehunter in almost every game. But we see,
Oh no.
Radiant team back.
Oh no,
That
Mirko playing
works.
Alchemist. Oh, it's
That
gonna
works.
be the greediest guy alive, man. Oh my god, not like this.
yeah,
He's gonna be
I'd say-
so greedy. He's gonna he can Miracle can ancient jungle at level 2, I think.
That aside though, Alchemist is the replacement for Naga Siren. We have seen that in the Mara Cup before as well. Mara Cup, of course, being held in Japan, also known as the Oyster Cup, hosted by Mara. We saw
Did you cast that?
people... No, I didn't cast that. I was just translating in chat. I was translating Japanese cast in chat. But that aside though, yeah, basically the whole meta kind of like converges all over Japan. You have this Chinese meta with the Earth Spirit and Tiny coming in, and then you have all the Southeast Asian meta as well for like the Bad Rider, Lifestealer coming into that region as well. So you saw all these variety there. And what they did was, instead of the Naga pick, which because it was going to be banned out, they pick up the Alchemist instead, which sort of serves as a replacement with the split pushing and the Radiance and all that stuff. And one thing I also want to point out is eHome, most likely a mid Juggernaut, off-lane Beastmaster, and a safe lane Faceless Void. So we're gonna see Miracle play up against one of his playstyles, the mid Juggernaut. So it's just gonna be interesting to see how he deals with it. And
Oh, it's a Fujina. Wow, wow! You know this? You know what? You do you know what lineup eHome picked?
why don't you go ahead and tell me, please?
This is the Singaporean greedy lineup. You play Void, you play TV mid, but I think they're gonna go safe, so they go with the TB safe lane and mid jug. Usually, I've seen this being picked like last year in December. Miracle goes Terrorblade. Then we have the supporting Juggernaut.
Yo,
Which is yes.
Miracle Pugna.
Oh, well played.
Is that mid and safe lane Alchemist? Safe lane Alchemist kind of suffers because of the lack of levels, so
It's okay. He can believe in himself. He's Raging Potato. And I really think that eHome's gonna win. I mean, take a look at the Terrorblade. Okay, he has an Arcana, and there is no Arcana on the side of Mineski. So I think that is a win right there for eHome. But what do you think about this?
no offense, no disrespect. I don't mean to insult anyone, but I think eHome X is fucked.
Why?
Well, Pugna, along with the Warlock and the StarLadder and the Witch Doctor, are very active early game. They want to push towers, they want to go 4-man, just use the Nether Blast to push on towers, and eHome has such a greedy lineup. And not only that, they're actually very cooldown reliant as well. Terrorblade cannot fight without Metamorphosis. Void cannot fight without Chronosphere, and Juggernaut can fight without Omni Slash, but
But what has the Maze of Aeons? And Juggernaut
It's-
has Juggernaut, is that Kantusa, the script sword? Shit, he has Kantusa, the script sword. You know what that means? MLG doesn't have anything. Look at Pugna, he doesn't have the golden BZZ set. Look at Warlock, he doesn't have anything. Look at Alchemist, doesn't even have the Eternal Radiance Blades. Okay, they stand no chance against eHome's lineup right now. Okay, eHome is just gonna demolish them. Like they don't need to do anything. They're just gonna win. Just like that.
I'm still a MLG fan game right now, but we'll have to see how the game goes as Jules and the StarLadder approaching the enemy.
It's okay.
In the jungle.
Here comes Poor Town. Great. Red Terrorblade. Does he want to do anything? No, he does not. Not yet. Okay. Kantusa goes up to the top for the rune. And the Mace of Aeons is there as well. Is there gonna be any contest? No, Alchemist will secure bot rune. So Raging Potato without any cosmetics will at least have some money. I mean, he may be poor in real life, but right now in Dota, he's not that poor because of the bounty rune.
It's a safe lane Pugna and a mid Alchemist. That makes more sense. Yeah, but the safe lane Alchemist suffers so much from the lack of levels, but this would work out very well. Of course, we have seen safe lane Pugna run by players like Loda on Alliance as well a few years ago, I think, and it turned out alright for them. But it's kind of like an all-in pushing strat, so...
Jungle Beastmaster. Oh no, Juice! He's locked in the flame. Oh, he tried to eat a tree, but no, he has to eat another tree. Now, Ogre's gonna run him down. Any Windlace? No, no Windlace. He went for the
Boots.
Yeah.
Destructor's boots, so he's never gonna catch up. And I was talking about this before.
Wow, the stun of Terrorblade. The cask is bouncing. Not enough though. Terrorblade with 12 armor, very strong. Going in for 1 auto attack, 2 auto attacks. Gets crushed again. Can go for the Metamorph. Does he want to commit? No, does not want to do it just yet. He's not believing in himself. He may have an Arcana, but he's not believing.
I mean, without the Ogre Magi spells, and now he's out of mana, there's pretty much no way for him to actually get a kill on them unless MLG make a massive mistake. And I was talking about before, but Pugna lineup is all-in pushing lineup, which is good against greedy lineups, but then if it kind of falls apart in the early game, then you're gonna have a bad time because your enemies are so greedy that they have 4 cores and they're just gonna outscale you very hard in the late game.
Well played. Pugna holding onto a Mango, actually doing pretty well against the Faceless Void, who has to actually salve himself up. The jungle Beastmaster, so it's not a safe lane Beastmaster off lane. Whatchamacallit again, Terrorblade. So that's that. And bot lane seems to be paused right when I saw. Take a look at this Ogre. He's actually mind melded with the Witch Doctor. Witch Doctor is actually inside the Ogre, Maggie.
Ogre Magi 3 heads.
So tell me about this. Is this a new Dota hero? Is this Monkey King? Monkey King is actually Ogre and Witch Doctor?
It's Ogre Doctor, born with 3 heads and 2 bodies.
And like
he was cast out from his tribe for practicing voodoo magic and healing.
Well played.
I just want to talk about the Beastmaster as well. We have seen Poppy run the support Beastmaster on Team Secret, and with quite a bit of success, and they're also playing this tournament, so maybe they're just looking at something like that. It's a bit greedy, but of course it can be very useful. Typically though, in the offlane, Beastmaster wants to get the Blink and Necropode as early as he can, and just kind of push, but when you're playing the jungle Beastmaster, I think you would have to go drums and some aura just to help out your team as a support. I don't think he's a primary initiator because they have to face this Void. Void can get the Blink Dagger and do the initiation for the team, while the Roar is just there to kind of control the Alchemist or Pugna up in fights.
Nice, okay. So, great insight from Emperor. I missed all of that. I was looking at the Beastmaster the entire time. But okay. Sure.
You're looking at the Beastmaster with your ears.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. If Twitch chat, you know what I mean. Right, guys? So, yeah, Terrorblade seems to be doing alright. StarLadder as well. Juggernaut though, has to salve himself up. Whereas Raging Potato seems to be okay with himself, does have a story. I saw that bounce there. The cask by Juice. I hear the spin as well in the mid lane. Will this be the first blood? Oh, just got first blood. Okay, so That's good for him, bad for Alchemist. But what else
missed out
is there
a
to
lot of
talk
what
about?
happened.
I mean, Miracle in the top. Void managing to escape that without having to use Time Walk. Well played. Nether Blast not so strong if you can't hit. Oh,
He's
bot
already
lane.
putting damage on the tower.
Yeah, bot lane, Terrorblade using Metamorph for some reason. Reflection was used as well. StarLadder going in deep. There's a Witch Doctor at the side. That's gonna hit once, but there's all the Mango Gaming boys. The blocks are real as well. However, the armor, look at that armor. Well played. The bash! The bash is real! Oh, the salve as well. Well played, but he comes back into the fray, and now he's gonna die for his sins because he misclicked or something.
And this is also the problem with having a jungler. Like, when one of your heroes is AFK in the jungle, your Ogre Magi has to rotate and help out mid because the Juggernaut was diving. He brought the ball straight to the Juggernaut with the TP, I think. That kind of leaves the bottom lane open. And Terrorblade isn't all that strong at level 2 just yet. Doesn't have an escape ability, so can get picked off just like he was.
Absolutely, man. And that's a great kill. Oh, the Witch Doctor, that's gonna get him the boost he needs to probably like buy wards or something. But Alchemist is being delegated to the jungle now, where he's gonna do his business with that acid spray, whereas Just is just gonna push the lane out with Blade Fury. So we haven't really talked about Miracle, no Ninja Boogie. He's playing the Warlock. So tell me, my friend, what do you think about this? And Juggernaut just killed Alchemist with the Omni Slash. Well played.
Yeah, Juggernaut hit his level 6, and as a mid Juggernaut, that's when you always want to get a kill on the enemy mid laner. Generally, it's hard to get a kill on the enemy mid one-on-one without the enemy mid making a mistake, but with Omni Slash, you kind of can just force him to make a mistake, essentially. But back to the top lane, they're actually putting quite a bit of damage onto the tower already, and they're just happy to just keep pressuring Faceless Void like this. While he might be getting some experience, the tower is dying very quickly. That's what a Pugdown lineup wants to do. Pugdown lineup just simply wants to push, and pushing they are.
And the tower is gonna go down without much hassle, even if the Faceless Void is still there, because there's nothing he can do to defend against Nether Blast. He's not like Skyrock Mage, where Pugna with that low cast range, if he walks into you to try and get the Nether Blast off, you can just react with the silence combo, you know what I'm saying? You're a Faceless Void. Can't do anything.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And the harass is no joke. Just look at the amount of HP Faceless Void has just from the Nether Blast.
Yeah, that's huge amounts of damage. So I see this lines being drawn. It's gonna be a smoke gank going down to the bot lane, and StarLadder will be the one, the target. However, he seems to be in a rather okay position to back off any time. What is this bird? It's gonna be Anuka-san, the bird. Provide them vision. But StarLadder,
Radiant's top
his game sense is strong. He understands that something could be happening, and he backs the hell away. And he was right, because here comes the enemy team.
I really like the movement from the StarLadder as well as the eHome team. They hit level 6 on the Beastmaster, they want to use it, they smoke up, and with that roar they try to get a pick off. And StarLadder, of course, being a good eye on the state of the game, to know that Beastmaster has his level 6, that they'll probably come gank him because mid is missing.
So Anuka-san up on the trees there, gonna give them the vision they need, as this tier 2 will slowly be chipped away. But Miracle managing to down the tier 1 top, and fortification being popped right now. There's even this healing ward. eHome going down for the huge push advantage. We hear the Alchemist coming. Oh, Anuka-san died! Tried again for the crush, but the roar comes out, and the spin is here. A very smart play. However, will there be an Omni Slash anytime soon? Actually, there's no mana for the Omni Slash. They go in for the TP, and the defense was saved. But the tower is almost down, and the catapult, Kati the catapult, doing as much damage as he can. One mortal attack, and it dies.
I really like this movement from eHome. They know that they're weaker in the early game compared to the MLG lineup, so what they do here instead is they just go with 5, use the Terrorblade Metamorphosis and the Juggernaut Omni Slash as a leverage to kind of just push towers, and I think Jug is going for the kill here. No.
No, I don't
Creeps
think
are
he
there.
can. Yeah,
Yeah, if the creep wave didn't show up.
Yeah, he needs to believe in himself. And from what we've seen, eHome doesn't really believe in himself. They just go with the flow, and like now, see, he goes with the flow instead of believing in himself. So he prefers to not take chances, and that's the kind of guy Just is. An Armlet of Mordigian on the Alchemist. Talk to me.
Armlet has been very popular now. Before it used to be bottled into Radiance Rush, but now Armlet, of course, giving that extra kind of sustain and kind of damage output in the early game, just gives you that amount of extra HP that you need to just stay in lane and keep your farm up, and very well with the Chemical Rage as well. So yeah,
StarLadder top. And that means the tower is gonna be pushed, but Miracle will look for the tier 1 bottom. However, Pangna may be a good pushing hero, but if Terrorblade wants to really go in and just all in push, they could really do that.
And not only that, the Juggernaut is so good at sieging towers as well with the right clicks, and with that amazing attack animation based attack time, they just managed to do a lot of tower damage. But both teams are just pushing in, and this is kind of reminiscent of what we saw yesterday as well, where both teams just kind of push different lanes because they're just playing a game of chicken. They know they can't fight 5-on-5, and it's bad for both teams if they do, but it's gonna split push and not really defend too hard as well.
Yeah, no blink on the StarLadder, and he can go for the spin, but oh no, instead they opt to back the hell away. So Void gonna come in here without any means of initiation, but Terrorblade coming in from the sidelines. Does he want to do something amazing? Does he want to show off his prowess? No. Look at the vision we have on the side of Mineski. Take a look at these wards. It's so strong in the Radiant jungle. So it provides vision of where Terrorblade is, provides vision of Warlock. No, not Warlock. My bad. My bad. Warlock is them. It's just that he's red. Yeah, I was looking at the ward color. It was red. So yeah, but the Terrorblade, as he walks in, they see him, and now Beastmaster gonna get the Primal Raw onto the Alchemist, and without that Chemical Rage, he turns on the Armlet, but he's still gonna go down regardless. And Chronospear is up. They could look for a push. Anuka-san's down there to provide them vision, and Warlock running back into the fog.
And that was an excellent pickup on the Alchemist, just delaying his rage by about another 5 minutes, I think. Well, not delaying by 5 minutes, but it's going to take around 5 minutes to get his Radiance up, so that's just even more time for eHome X to do their thing. And while I did say that eHome X team is kind of weak in the early game, MLG also is weak right before the Alchemist gets his Radiance, and then Pugna gets like level
Chronospear's up. They could look for the big jump here. Sorry to interrupt you about that, but I think a teamfight's gonna happen because they can drop the rock anytime they want. They've already set up the fatal bonds, but eHome chooses to back out after they deal half life to the tower.
And that's just standard Chinese play. I think it's just very cautious and very disciplined.
If they want to commit the raw or something, but he drops the rock and he gets first hit bashed. He gets another bash. But StarLadder comes in, he's dead still. He can go in for the 2-man chrono. Very nice there. There is the Primal Raw. They can follow up, but instead he rolls he rolls Pugna Miracle. So therefore it's just gonna ramble down and continue. There we go with a 1-hit attack. Oh, the Alchemist gonna get a 2-man stun. Without that Radiance, he's not gonna be able to chase fast enough. However, oh, within the animation of Time Walk, and our Beastmaster, he will die as well.
An amazing return fight from Mineski, amazing blink crush from RR, turning around, and Witch Doctor dropping that Death Ward in the Chronosphere did so much damage right onto, I think, what was the Juggernaut, and they managed to take 3 kills off that, just turning around the whole fight. Just looking really good for Mineski right now, just getting back into the game.
Absolutely.
Golden Network's graph has been going up and down so constantly. It's such an even game right now.
Yeah, but even no matter how much it goes up and down, net worth wise, it will always be in Mineski's favor because of an Alchemist. EXP wise though, going down deep within the 3k EXP lead on Mineski.
It was
Right
coming
after the
up
team fight.
before, but now
Yeah, it
Alchemist
was
does
coming
have his Sacred Relic, just a few more minutes till the Radiance. And once that happens, Alchemist is going to come on. He's going to start split pushing, and it's going to be a bit harder for eHome to do what they've been doing with the 5-man movements, and they're coming with smoke.
Radiant using the scan. It was a smoke, but they won't catch Alchemist yet. Yep, Alchemist ran out from the other side. Instead, they catch the Warlock. They won't use Primal Raw yet. They let the Omni Slash come downhill, and they pick up that kill. They can look for the tier 2 push. They can down the tier 2 to try and set the equilibrium in pace. But here comes the biggest man alive, the StarLadder, getting a crush down. And Terrorblade going for the pushing strat, then that means that he's not gonna have any levels of Thunder until level 11. What do you think about this build?
Well, right now I think the main focus is on pushing, and I think every bit of point you can get in Image and Metamorphosis counts, because they want to get all these split push done before the Radiance has come up on the Alchemist. So I think that's what they're focusing on. Because once the Radiance is up,
StarLadder
they're
coming to
gonna...
get crushed. Terrorblade dead. Here the casket's gonna, oh no, the casket's huge. It's bound to be the replacement void, and the Beastmaster. The rock comes down, dropping the rock on the Warlock, but it's not enough. The Witch Doctor gets the kill.
Very nice team fight, and that is one of the downsides of not having Thunder available. And yeah, man, I was saying once the Radiance come up on Alchemist like it has now, the split pushing is going to begin. The Cancer is going to definitely begin once he gets his travels and meta as well. So it's going to be harder for eHome to kind of go as 5, because one of the towers is always going to be in constant danger from the Alchemist split push. StarLadder at the Ogre.
I think he's fine. He's fine. Ogre is fine. No problem. Miracle's just gonna start pushing. Does have the Ether Lens going in for that Aghanim Scepter. Chrome Spear is up, but they don't want to look at. But eHome doesn't look for a team fight just yet. Diffusal Blade up on Juggernaut. That's gonna help a ton, but will it be enough? I mean, they have lost 2 team fights in a row.
Usually we used to see the SMY or Yasha, casual Yasha before the Diffusal, but I think this game Diffusal is very worth it, especially because of the Pugna as well. The Decrepify when you Omni Slice can be so fatal, and it's just so good at purging off things like I don't think you can purge off Sprint actually, so never mind what I just said, but it's so good if you want to slow down heroes like Witch Doctor, just to get that right clicking in and those kills up. So also provides decent stats. Diffusal, very good pickup I think in the end.
The Millennium offering out on the Faceless Void is gonna provide his entire team more pushing power and the lifesteal they need. Because Juggernaut doesn't have any form of lifesteal. Terrorblade as well, not going the Pinoy strat with the Helm of the Dom Terrorblade. That it was popular like, I don't know how many months ago? A few months ago.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's a Dragonlance coming up for him. And it is a considerably late Dragonlance timing, I think, mainly because they've been pushing S5 together. That's the whole 5 team.
Oh, Juggernaut in the bot lane, Omni Slash full on kills the StarLadder without bouncing to any creeps. Well played, and now top lane, Pugna. Looks like this could be a kill. We have the balls actually going for the auto attack, and now immediately Miracle knows that somebody's there. Here comes Ogre. But the BOT scares them off. They're gonna start running, but Alchemist is ready to come in to play this game of cat and mouse, because they're gonna be slowly chasing away the Ogre. Remember, Alchemist is actually an Ogre. Just that Ogre MAX.Y is basically just 2 Ogres together. Normally 2 would be better than 1, but Alchemist has like an Ogre and a Gnome or something.
Yeah, on that note though, mid tower is almost dead.
And Rock was used.
I think it might have been the Terrorblade that was split pushing it. I wasn't paying too much attention, but yeah, now the troubles up on the Alchemist is gonna make eHome's life so much harder, but they do scale a lot better in the late game. As long as they don't lose during Alchemist's 6-dot power peak. Like, Alchemist's playstyle, as compared to other carry heroes, are like, you want to use Grievous Greed to actually get your 6 dots as fast as you can before your other enemy cores are finished farming, and then just take the advantage from there. But compared to that, I think Terrorblade and Juggernaut avoid skill a lot better than Alchemist when they're all equally 6 slotted. So I think MLG have to play around that timing, and they're kind of on a ticking timer, especially with their draft here. So they're gonna have to start making some good moves very soon and start taking towers and possibly seeding high ground.
As you say that, Rashan is down, and the pushing should begin shortly. Miracle does has the Aegis. That means he can be going in head first to just nuke down towers if he really wants to. He has a lot of people that can back him up with counter initiation. You have the Rock, which comes off cooldown in 80 seconds. You have StarLadder, who does... What item do you think he's getting? It's 1.6k. Ideally, against this team, I think a BKB would be alright. 4 staff as
I think
well.
a 4 staff.
Yeah,
I think
4
a 4
staff
staff
as
is the way to go.
Oh, Alchemist. Oh, okay. Beastmasters is going to stand there. There's 2 Anuka-sans here to provide them vision. And because of the movement of the Hawk, they should know that there's Beastmaster there. Yep, Miracle is being singled out. I remember he does have mana for Decrepify, and that's gonna negate all of the Omi Slash damage.
Nah, Juggernaut has Diffusal. Juggernaut has Diffusal.
Good point.
From that though, MLG I think needs to start moving his 5. I'm not entirely sure what they're waiting for. Maybe they're waiting for the U-Scepter on the Pugna. He needs the Agnims if so, if he wants a team fight, but I think now
he's going
U
U-Scepter of Divinity. Interesting.
I think now's the
that's
time to start pushing, because you know Pugna's not gonna scale as well as like a Juggernaut or Terrorblade in 60 minutes. So.
Oh, Cloud just informed me that somebody is restreaming my stream on YouTube, and has more viewers than me. Is that a bad thing?
Who's restreaming your stream?
Somebody on YouTube.
Not at all. Tell them to check out your Twitch. More viewers is good viewers.
Yep, more viewers is good viewers. Alright, let's keep talking. Let's keep talking.
As long as they're saying it's you, like it's YJ and Emperor Cast, and I don't give a crap. Apart from that though, we're just gonna see a very quick D-word coming out from the side of Nihon X. And, well, teams are just fairly passive. Necro Book up on the Beastmaster, sorry. I just had a mind blank for a second. Smoke rotation coming in mid, but no one's really doing anything. Miracle pushing mid lane in. No one seems to be reacting to this just yet. Terrorblade, Ogre Magi pushing in the bottom lane. They seem to be wanting to trade tier 2 for tier 2. This is why they're pushing from the right side. He's gonna try to go for the wrap around, but the crush coming out onto the Beastmaster. I hope YJ is controlling the camera because I don't know where the hell he is.
Relax,
very quick pickup on Beastmaster. And yeah, welcome back YJ.
I've always been here. I was just out tabbing while moving the camera. Lots of TPs down, back to defend. Juggernaut's gonna start running. The crush gonna outright miss, but the Omni Slash coming in. The 4 stuff, so he gets dragged things back. There's nothing to go through. No stun. However, cancel this TP unless I saw there was too much purple there. Couldn't tell if he was still TPing. Not too sure what happened. It seemed like he cancelled his TP. Am I right?
I am not entirely sure.
Yeah, it was
either.
so purple. Like Alchemist was this huge purple thing. Juggernaut was purple. And the StarLadder is kind of purplish. Oh, here we go. The Ogre coming from the backlines. We do have the reflection amount. The Rogue being dropped down. Pizza Boy can go in for the crossplay anytime he wants to, but instead opts to back the hell away. Ages of Immortality being burnt down as Miracle falls yet again. But will they continue with this? No, the Terrorblade opts to run away. And the StarLadder, however, goes in for a crush and it's outright gonna miss the Faceless Void. The cask is gonna be bouncing onto the Ogre MAX.Y as Alchemist picks up the Beastmaster all the way at the other side of the map. Coming in, clearing up trash. There we go. It's gonna be a 2-for-0 on the side of MLG, and the Ages of Immortality is the only thing that they lost, but they should be okay if that. Alchemist gonna stun himself. I heard something. Oh, yeah, he was.
And the eHome X team was being really split up right now. Juggernaut died in the bottom lane at the enemy base, I think, as well. Terrorblade defending, solo killed by the Alchemist, and now MLG just really putting on the pressure.
Oh, the crush almost hit. MLG, yes, as you said, putting a lot of pressure in. Raging Potato stuns himself. Go on, Emperor. Go on.
Go on about what?
Everything, I don't know.
Everything, they're just sieging high ground right now. And yeah, eHome X is getting split up in fights, and That's not exactly what you want to do. You really want to fight around as a team. They just have to wait for Terrorblade. They do have the glyph. Pugna's probably going to take the tower down. One last hit, and there it goes. MLG, very disciplined, is going to back off.
And they should be really happy about this. Raging
Yeah,
Potato.
I think that's really disciplined of them to actually just back off right here because they know that everyone is up on the E-home side. They don't want to fight into TB and Chronosphere. That would have been devastating. If they stayed around any longer, could have just lost all the leeches there, just feed right off the bat. But very well disciplined, very well controlled. They back off instead. And E-home now doing what I believe to be a desperate smoke just to get through this rough patch.
But will they get anything out of this? Remember, the Chronosphere is up, the Mace of Aeons shines brightly through the centuries to give us victory. However, eHomeX not using it to its full potential, but the Alchemist is here. The Chronosphere could be coming out. Actually, no, it's going to be the first hit bash before the Chronosphere, and it goes in with a 5-man gang. Alchemist will fall tonight, and he's going to be dining in hell. However, being the rich man he is, there is the buyback if they really need it. However, eHomeX don't look to be in that situation.
They only committed 2 spells for that, I think. Just the Chronosphere and the Roar, and that isn't enough. If they manage to commit the Omni Slash as well as the Metamorphosis, then I would definitely just buy back on the Alchemist and just run top with the team. I mean, just look at the situation right now. It's ideal for pushing, but eHomeX having too many spells up, especially the Metamorphosis and the Omni Slash, kind of stopping MLG from doing that all-in movement right there.
Yeah, but the tower is still slowly being burnt down by Pugna. So Miracle, very cheeky there. We see the blink into time dilation that actually did not do anything. Like, time dilation does not affect the spells that are used after the time dilate now. So that's a huge nerf to the Faceless Void.
Indeed, and it's so hard to actually just defend against a push like this. Like, what do you do if someone just CG tower spells just one blast and it moves back? It's kind of similar to like Tiny tossing creeps at your tower, or this sniper hitting you from outside of tower range. It's so hard to deal with it without actually committing 5 heroes and taking the fight. And eHomeX don't want to do that. They want to split push while maybe 2 heroes hold the base. But without the Chronosphere, it's pretty much impossible to fend off the Pugna along with the Warlock and the Witch Doctor without committing into a fight.
Absolutely, man. Gosh. So the Blink Dagger is here on the Faceless Void. We've seen, and I hear an Alchemist. Oh, there he is. Okay, Ogre is dead.
This happened, and I think he just has the illusions to hit the range Rex, in which he's gonna do now.
No, he's gonna farm. He's gonna farm the illusions. Why would you use and hit Rex? I mean, that's like, what? Oh, that's what happened to the Faceless Void. And Alchemist comes in deep with the stun. He's gonna get it with the choppity, the cleavers, even though they aren't. Oh, nice! Stunning right after Juggernaut's Manta style. This is gonna be at least 2 lanes of Rex because there's no buyback on the Juggernaut, no buyback on the Faceless Void, but Beastmaster is pushing. However, here comes the Alchemist bringing you downtown. Beastmaster is master of nothing at all if he is dead. The Wrong is getting dropped down here. Bang, but the Thunder is huge! He's gonna survive. No, the Witch Doctor picks up that kill with the Death Ward, and they lose one. They lose their Miracle, but they no longer need a Miracle to win this game because it's like this already. There's no buyback. Faceless Void is up. Chronosphere is up. Where is the burst? There is no burst. Here comes the buyback by the Beastmaster into the time dilation. A Chronosphere could be coming up, but no, the Raw instead waiting on the. Oh, the Alchemist is here getting a 2-man stun, cleans up the Faceless Void, and the Warlock Golem smashes, well, more like cuts. Yeah, more like cuts the Beastmaster, because this one has swords.
Indeed, and GG is called. And go ahead and wrap it up, YJ.
Well played. So, Ancient's gonna go down, and that's gonna be our first series of the day. I think we have the quarterfinals later on as well, but we're gonna take a short break. When's our short break till, Emperor?
Yep, we're gonna take a short break. We'll be right back for a quarterfinals. I think we're back in 45 minutes, so we'll probably put some music on the stream and just check in very shortly.
The light might be a little bit vulnerable, but fortunately it was not channeled.
Wow.
Nice.
They find him, Light dealing the damage. The cask is there as well, though, and Godot in some trouble. They drop the tombstone already, keeping them hemmed in. Is going to be out. Can they bring it down? They actually do get the tombstone. That's huge, but they still manage to kill off the Oracle. So the rest will escape with their lives, but the Ogre Magi is going down.
Wise of Sven to go in for that tombstone. This Undying has actually opted for 2 points in the decay and only 1 point in the tombstone. Which is, I mean, he wasn't really planning on using tombstone too aggressively, just because the Witch Doctor had TP'd down to the bot lane. They figured, well, might as well go for a kill attempt and killing the tankiest hero inside of this tri-lane. Oh, and Hunji up top in this Slark actually had to go into his Shadow Dance, and Primal Roar was not used yet, so might go for it. And he keeps using this Hawk to stop Hunji from regenning in this top lane.
Yeah, it's a problem. It's a nice little play there. I like the little interaction that they've got going. Mid lane again in some trouble. Rain is have his level 6, but
oh, nice.
It's not going to be in maybe just barely able to do it, and no points in Exort. So dragged in a little bit of trouble. To haste it up on Dying, needing to TP back home. Well played. Top lane also, they're pressuring this Slark and cutting the creep wave, the Beastmaster, and it's just feeling like right now they're all over him, but Storm Spirit barely surviving their mid.
Yeah, he did. What a incredibly well-timed ball lightning to evade that right click from Invoker, and like we said, this is a QW Invoker, so no Sunstrike, and no real damage on his right click either, just high move speed with 4 points in Wex. Now he has Tornado EMP, gonna use it onto this Witch Doctor, but he doesn't have Invoke ready, and so no Cold Snap to follow it up, so Grace is gonna get out.
I still, you know, I understand the reasons for going for Quas Wex here, but the Exort always just feels like there's a reason that Quas Wex fell out of favor.
I guess DTT's plan in general is just to make this Sven a god right now, and while Alacrity would be nice, Invoker can do a lot more support-oriented stuff for this Sven, a lot more setup, put up, like, I mean, once he gets, like, Ghost Walk up and running, he's going to be able to find out a lot of scouting capabilities on top of this Beastmaster Hawk and just set this Sven up for success. We got the Bloodlust, we got the Inner Beast.
Yeah,
I mean, the DTT's strategy is just to make this Sven amazing.
Well, and I think that 1 point in Exort a little bit later will be like super value for Alacrity for Sven, because the attack speed is almost, it is better. As you see Grace get roared up in the top lane and should drop, I think. Well, a lot of heals are there and leeched up again. Philippine Rules. Oh god, he's gonna go down. Storm Spirit able to get the kill as well. That just went about as bad as it could have.
4-hero rotation, though. Slaughter and the Storm Spirit both came up, but unfortunately it doesn't really seem like Radiant Team's going to be able to get much. They might go in on this Undying, have the Oracle in the vicinity, but it's an Undying. He has Tombstone, he has Decay, he's very, very tanky. I guess it's okay that... Well, actually, no, it's Ogre farming bot, so where is the Sven right now?
Well, he was off and away, doing his own thing. It looked like Invis for the moment was picking up the rune. It's again one of those instances as Rain is going to take a good bit of damage, brought down to about half HP, or maybe you get some more chip damage off on the tower, like X-Rag was able to bring it down to about a third HP. If he had Forge Spirits, probably would have been able to take the tower, but it's not the worst thing in the world, certainly.
He's not going to get an E, alright? So just drop it, alright? No,
I'm telling you, man, it's a frustrating life to live.
Don't worry. QW Invoker is the long con. It isn't as flashy in the early game, but whenever you see these dark artistry tornadoes coming out, it's going to be all worth it.
Okay. Let's see. Well, I'll keep harping on it whenever I can, as it looks like they're going to go kill off Filipino Rules, and well, the tornado does come out to break that Dr. Ulti a little bit on the later side, and they'll have to back out. Should be able to kill off the Tombstone.
Invoker might actually need an Ag first.
Great stuff denying the Tomb.
Yeah, that was nice. Because he's showing up to fights, but he only has 1 point in Invoke right now, and he's level 9. And granted, the cooldown reduction isn't that exceptional. It's only like 5 seconds per level from 22 all the way down to 5 seconds once maxed. But, like, 2 spells is not enough for a QW Invoker. The whole premise of a QW Invoker is you just start comboing to death, and Storm Spirit might be in trouble here.
If they can get it, Cold Snaps off, that's going to be a kill. Nicely played. He did go for the Urn first, and I think that... Honestly, I think you need to go for Midas still if you want to maintain relevance in the late game, though. Like, because then you can get up to those levels where your Aghanims, like the Aghanims can maybe come in like perfect timing around you get the time you get level 16. As another roar gets dropped, they're going to be able to find this Undying here. Cold Snap out again. A lot of damage being dealt, and still going to be able to live through all of it. The Invoker goes down. Counter rotation in from the StarLadder, and they have another crush in a second if they want to go for it, and like they aren't just going to be able to catch up to him. The Boar Slow was keeping him back, but the Witch Doctor ulti is going to come in, might just be enough, and they find the kill.
Well, had False Promise the entire time. Didn't use it on Invoker, didn't use it on himself. I'm not quite sure what he was holding on for. I mean, it's not that long cooldown of a spell. It's not like they're planning on getting into fights very frequently if you're the Radiant team right now. Now Godot wanted to take this Ancient stack, but his God Strength just ran out because he was using it for something else. He wasn't in that fight, so I don't know what he was God Strengthing down. It might have been these two jungle camps in the Radiant, because both of them are empty right now, and I wasn't paying attention, but they must have been getting stacked up.
Okay. Well, nonetheless, 10, they have found themselves in a little bit of a pickle. Slark has all the vision here, but we don't have any from the Radiant at the moment outside of this Hawk that's now moving over. So, impressive display of force already from Team MVP in spite of the Storm Spirit dying a couple of times. How do you feel like DTT need to go into this next stage of this game?
This Sven is going to need to, I mean, I don't know, I mean, he has his Helm of the Dominator, he's been stacking Ancients. He was in the safe lane, but he's like falling behind Slark, and he was dealing against a dual offlane as opposed to Slark just having to deal with the solo Beastmaster. But still, like, Sven has lower net worth than the Storm Spirit right now, and that's surprising to me.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, that's the thing about it, is that he has been able to stay involved in the fights, whereas the Sven has basically stepped away from him and ended up dying twice in the same time. So
and they don't get this Ancient stack, so they're going to just need to be content with their triple stack. God Strength is used.
Honji is here as well. Going to be in the area at least to soak up some experience. Now they're bringing everybody in. There's the immediate initiation. Honji's still alive. They throw out the False Promise. Not sure if it's going to be enough damage. Storm Spirit isn't going to get caught up in the air by that tornado. Able to walk away from the EMP though, and it looks like Slark also able to just barely get out. Rain, a double kill for him. Oh man, that went so terribly. And now they're going to be able to get the better part of the stack as well.
They were playing a little bit like they were losing their grip on the Ancients, the Radiant team that is, and MVP knew that they kind of had DTT in a chokehold. Sven felt committed. He was like, whatever, I'm just going to God Strength down this stack and I'm just going to... But he has a Helm of the Dominator. He doesn't have an armlet, so his damage potential isn't that high right now. He's only level 9, and really the only item he does have is this Helm and Treads. If you don't have like an iron grip on the Ancients at that stage, you can't commit God Strength unless if you have just amazing vision. You know that the enemy team isn't going to come contest it.
Yeah, well, and they did de-ward that ward on the high ground, so you know DDT that they are aware that you're in the place, but unfortunately did get punished for it, and now to sort of fight their way back into it. Light with the Blink Dagger up and online now. Did not have that in the last engagement, so somebody comes in to try and defend this tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. Definitely going to get punished, but it doesn't feel like that's what DDT want to do. They're pushing top.
Yeah, they're going to trade towers, and right now DTT, like, they don't even really feel confident going for this. They have Beastmaster Hawk, but smoke won't be revealed by a Hawk, so they're kind of only just sending Godot in. He Warcries up, and now they see all 5 heroes, or at least 4 heroes of Dire down bot. So they're going to go feel a little bit more confident going for this push. And they use God Strength again, just for a tower. Tier 1 tower at that.
Well, we'll see if he's going to be able to make much more of it. I mean, they're pushing along the top lane towards the tier 2. He's going to get there.
Yeah.
Time to clear off the other creep camp, but now Roshan is going to be on the menu. I don't know how quickly this is going to happen for MVP, but we'll see if
It'll
they
be
can get
quick
it in
enough.
time.
I mean, Xrag has a haste rune. He's making his way downtown, walking fast. If he goes for a tornado, he could find something, but he has no idea. Radiant team, the only vision they have is just one aggressive ward in the Dire jungle, which was just now placed. That's it. They have no vision on the south side, and it's going to go down.
That being said, all of their lanes are pushing in and nobody is responding, so there's a chance that they could have realized it, but yeah, it does look like they're not going to be able to get there. Storm picks up the Aegis, and now with that done, and Well, dangerously close to his Orchid as well. It's starting to look like we might have a bit of a battle up on our hands pretty soon here. And the Orchid reveal, they know it's coming, but...
They do. They've seen the Oblivion stuff in the Storm's inventory for a while, especially after a Roche goes down. You know that there's a large cash influx for a hero. They need to be very wary of this. Put down 2 sentry wards for this tier 1 defense, and Godot is level 11, so he does have his level 11 God Strength now.
Kind of spoiling for a fight, but it looks like right now MVP Rain are putting themselves in a position where it's going to be a follow-up fight, where you sort of go for this big wraparound with a lot of heavy hitters. The Witch Doctor.
And the Radiant's going for a smoke of their own right now. They're looking for this Slark up top. When Slark suspects it, it's going to be evacuating. The problem is his Shadow Blade's on cooldown right now. If he slows down, he knows that the Hawk sees. He'll just pop immediately into Shadow Dance, but he was at his Shadow Dance passive the whole time. Meanwhile, BP smoke, they're not finding anyone.
They're good to go. They're waiting there. They should be able to take this tier 1 tower without too much trouble. And again, I think this is an instance where this favors MVP. And it's part of the cool thing about their lineup is that, as I was talking about, you've got these 3 heroes who are moving together, who don't need to farm, and then you can have Slark with the ability of TPing in, because he can be at the back end of a fight cleaning up, and then Rain also can initiate from further away. I mean, get the counter initiation play.
Right, which is why DTT did place these 2 defensive ass sentry wards, because they saw Slark had his Shadow Blade, did not want to get backstabbed. But now these sentry wards are almost useless because this tier 1's going down and there is no defense. Rain going in deep, silences the Oracle. He might pop, but he wands up, so he's gonna be okay.
I'll jump forward, finds the second one, a catch with the spend, a lot of damage on the Hanji. He is going to die, and Rain also dropping low is going to fall as well, I think. Able to trade the, switch the aggro over as Godot is trying to get out of there. Life. Jump forward, finds himself a Beastmaster. Was a little bit mixed up about where he was at, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. A 5 wipe yet again, triple kill for Rain. And even though that's a bit too far, he ends up making up for it.
Because the cores, I mean, like, outside of Invoker, like, Sven gets kited very easily, Ogre gets kited very easily, Beastmaster gets kited very easily, and with things like Cask, things like Crush, and with Tombstone as well, it's so difficult for DTT to maneuver around the fight, which is why I did like Invoker going for this QW, because he's there to make sure they don't need to move around. They can just stay still, Invoker will handle everyone else and keep MVP in the position, but that's only if they can get initiation. Beastmaster didn't go for a Blink Dagger, he went for a Necrobook. Sven didn't go for a Blink Dagger, he went for an Echo Saber. So there really is no way for Invoker to have an opening. He just needs to toss out a Tornado and hope for the best.
Well, that's the reason that I don't like the Quaswex build, as
but so
I've talked about.
let's say that's fair. Let's say Invoker does go EW in this game.
Yeah.
He basically just becomes target number 1 then, because in that fight, Stormsphere went on the Oracle. Oracle is not an important target, but Stormsphere doesn't really have anyone better to kill right now.
Yeah.
And he went for the Orchid first item. Had Invoker gone WE, he would have probably gone for the Orchid regardless, and then Invoker's gonna get blown up. And now Hunji, yeah, he's going in.
Pretty quick and easy jump forward. The Storm Spirit's there as well, able to find him, is silenced as well, but Rain is going to fall. They are going to be able to save that Invoker at the last second, I believe. Witch Doctor Ultimate also caught now onto Godot, dropping him low. They find the kill. And now also onto David. He's trying to kill off this Tombstone. He's going to get it, but it's going to come at his life. So 3 are dead again. Mid lane, and so looking for a bit more as Filipino rules. Balut, is he going to die as well? The right clicks are there, staying on top of him. They need to get something to break that TP, but not going to happen. No. So a couple of interesting little things there. They're able to bring down pretty much everybody except for the Invoker, who did end up going back for the Dual Scepter and doesn't manage to take down that Undying there either.
It's a shame that Rain ended up dying. Thankfully, he didn't go something like a Bloodstone, so it's not too big of a deal if your Storm Spirit does get wiped out at the beginning of a fight like that. He was just there to ball in, make sure the Invoker gets silenced. Unfortunately, he's very, very fast with these points in Wex that even a Shadow Dance Slark has trouble keeping up with this move speed of the Invoker. And with the Yules on top of that, he's going to be really good at kiting around anyone of MVP as long as he doesn't get like stunned up by the StarLadder or vortexed by the Storm Spirit, because one piece of CC means this Invoker is dead. But if he manages to stay on the outside of the fight, he's going to continue causing a lot of issues. Long ball in, silence onto the Beastmaster.
Yep, and a crush follow-up, they're able to take him down. There's also going to be the Invoker lift up now, is able to take away all the mana from Rain. He's in a lot of trouble and going to drop. For Light, but I think they're going to be able to catch up with him. And close to that Blink Dagger, but not in inventory yet.
Not the best trade, and Beastmaster ends up completing his Necrobook 3 anyway, and Wild Dead in the Fountain, and they might find Grace here. He's trying to block out these Ancients, so that's going to get counter-warded. That's after he dies. It's going to get... Oh, nice cast, though.
Tombstone is already down. They're going to try and get the counterplay here, have the Soul Rip keeping Grace alive, and Godot not able to bring him down in time. Dual Scepter lift up to try and keep that Invoker alive for longer, but Godot turned his attention onto the Tombstone, forgot about the Death Ward, finding some more. David gonna drop, I believe, Light. Can he man up again? That's the third time StarLadder's gotten into a man fight with just some random person from DTT, and they find 3. MVP, making it work.
4 points in Soul Rip, Guardian Greaves Aura. This Witch Doctor went from 0 to full with just one clap of Undying's hands. And then Sven has to make a decision. Do I continue trying to kill this Witch Doctor, or do I get rid of this Tombstone, which is going to be causing a massive issue for me? Ends up going for the Tombstone, but I feel no matter what his decision was, he was dead regardless. And I mean, the rest of the fight, like, Storm Spirit keeps basically throwing his life away. And it's perfectly okay, because the rest of his team is following up just fine. Rain hasn't progressed in items in ages, but that's fine, because they have a StarLadder, they have a Slark, they're getting plenty of farm.
Oh. So the other thing is that for Invoker, he's really not going to scale into levels the same way, because he...
Didn't build a Midas?
No, just because he's not finding the kills. Like, it's fine if you don't get a Midas as long as you get the kills, but the style of Dota they're playing isn't working out for them as well. And a lot of trouble. Filipino Runos is going to be left alive in a moment. The False Promise keeps him there. Rain almost able to kite that away, but not quite in time. And Honchi on top of him again as well. Roar comes out, but it was Dark Packed off, and it looks like the Oracle is going to die as well. A whole heck of a lot of trouble. Witch Doctor is standing tall above everybody else, though. God.
This is my boy Rain on the Storm Spirit is a true student of Pili Dai's schools of Dota. Basically, he's a ball lightning initiator, and he's just there to get a little silence here and there, cause some chaos, then he'll just die and watch from the stands as the rest of his team cleans up. And it's working every single one of these fights. Again, Storm Spirit has not gotten any items, and normally I had said in the drafting phase, Storm Spirit needs to snowball. But I guess if you let your entire team snowball besides you, it's okay as well.
Well, and basically, like, he's taking the False Promise away from somebody that's highly important.
True.
Like, he's going on to the people that are probably less important in the fight. So, for instance, he's going on to the Beastmaster before Roar. Great pick if you can find him, but even if you don't, it means that you're taking the False Promise away from somebody else. So honestly, it's why this hero was strong for so long. The question is going to be, how well does that scale into the late game? Can they keep finding wins in these fights? And I think by and large the answer is yes, until we start getting into a position where, you know, the Sven can actually find a blink initiation onto somebody else, or you have the Invoker being able to hit like a really big combo or something. Really going to be the turning point for me.
Hopefully. Though it just seems like both mids are content to just support the rest of their team. These are support mids that we're seeing on both teams, and Invoker has an Ogre Club right now on top of his point booster, so he's going to be getting his way to that ag very quickly, and that's going to make a big difference in these upcoming fights because he has his 1 point in X-Sword now, so he has access to Deafening Blast, which is going to be very important against this Storm Spirit and the Slark and this StarLadder. Maybe Slark the least, but at least a pushback would be nice, and then as well as that one singular Forge Spirit that can hopefully synergize with a Cold Snap.
Now, we'll see. 10 to 25, and it's in a pretty decent position now for the side of MVP, a lead of 12,000 gold and right around 20,000 experience. I mean, you can definitely tell what it is that DTT were attempting to do.
He has the God Strength.
He's going to try and kill him off. They're not going to be able to do it, though. They've got Storm Spirit on top of them. They jump in as well with the StarLadder, able to get a really nice crush. Witch Doctor ultimate as well. It was never going to be enough from Godot, unfortunately, and they take them both down. And the big thing, too, there is that the Storm Spirit was already in place. They're able to catch him out again. A lot of damage being dealt. Filipino Rules is going to get chased down again as well. This is a problem.
He feel too confident. He's using God Strength like it's like some sort of like Q spell. It's his ultimate. And like he's going into these, even if he does manage to kill off was it the Storm Spirit that he went on first?
No, he went on to the, pretty sure that he went on to the Undying.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, the Witch Doctor was outside and Storm Spirit just balled in as per usual. And actually, shout out to Rain to surviving a fight and now does complete his Bloodstone. Yep. The one fight that he does survive ends up netting him an item. So, I mean, Sven's initiation, like, he doesn't need to take these fights, but he keeps taking them. His team's not in position to buff him up. Like I said, this whole team that DTT has is oriented around making Sven untouchable. But if you don't want initiating, the rest of DTT can't keep up.
Oh, and smoked right under the ward that was placed on the high ground. So they've got some ideas as to what's coming their way, and it looks like they're going to get in a position where they might just to decide to fight. We're looking. I think if that's a region,
this
where they
dire
fight.
high ground area is amazing for countering smokes, and DTT needs to feel like 100% confident doing this. They need Hawk Vision, which might get.
The problem is Rain also has half a mana pool right now. This is a little bit scary. They should still win the fight pretty handedly, but I don't think that they're going to decide to take it. There's no reason to mess around with it at this point.
They see the boar, and Slark was standing on the left side near the secret shop, ends up popping two of the Radiant Heroes smokes, so they know that MVP clearly is aware that we're smoked, otherwise they wouldn't just be camping in that position.
Aghanim Scepter done, throws out a little EMP tornado action. Fine. Honji gonna be able to walk away. They take down the Necro books and should signal them to be in a position to start thinking about Roshan.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Beastmaster had committed the Necro book so early for what I'm assuming was the fight. He may have been trying to get the True Sight aura to make sure that there are no wards around because he doesn't have a gem yet. Or, well, Ogre Match, I just now picked up a gem on Radiant, but before that invasion they didn't have any good vision, but it's too right. Storm Spirit gets the Aegis.
We'll see if they're going to be able to make something happen with this. Rain, known for his long balling in, has the Aegis now as well, so isn't going to be too afraid to do it. It looks like, at least for the moment, he's going to go up top and clear out a creep wave, and I imagine it's probably just going to be time for them to rotate everybody up top to try and take that down, and there's the call for it.
See a big old line drawn, last tier 2 remaining for DTT, and they might go for a defense. Don't know if Hunji's here, but Hunji know the Invoker's there either.
I think they did because the gem was up on him.
Right, that's true. Oh wow, I'm actually surprised they went for the gem on the Invoker. They may just be trying to go on like a counter warding spree and then put it somewhere safe, because I don't think Invoker can continue holding this.
Well, I think what the idea is the Ghost Walk, and this is one of the things, and I like, for a while the Invoker Orchid combo was like such a brutal initiation where you just like open with Orchid Cold Snap onto somebody out of Ghost Walk and just destroy him in the base. Maybe it's a similar idea here, although he has Alacrity queued up as well. So
the problem is that against a Storm Spirit and against a StarLadder, like, Invoker needs to see at least like multiple heroes to know that he's safe going for that initiation, because that's one spell used, which he does have an Aghanim, so one spell cost isn't that big of a deal, but you're getting out of Ghostwalk and you're committing an Orchid, which he doesn't even have the Orchid, he would just have to commit the Yules, and that's a lot for an Invoker to have to initiate with. You would like to use that as secondary initiation as an Invoker.
G taking down the tier 2 tower right now, and have the majority of the Scotty done. They're getting ready to continue the siege up towards high ground. Right now, Sven is over by the Dire Secret Shop and is trying to farm whatever he possibly can at this point.
Yeah, he has 3k gold. I don't know what he's hoping. I mean, maybe his BKB, but he doesn't have the gold for it.
There we go. They're going in right away. David's going to be controlled. Beastmaster's brought down as well. It's just too much damage.
Sven
and like they're
not even TPing back. He's just walking around.
They have the very little mana left on Rain right now. The damage is being dealt, and I mean, it looks like with the Invoker here, they can hold out a little bit longer, but the tower is going to fall.
Beastmaster is pinging his Sven mid, which I would do too. Godot, I mean, like, he can't really get into the fight. He doesn't have his BKB.
Yeah.
But that, like, too bad. deal with it. Just go to the fight anyway, because you're not going to win like this.
I mean, I think that if you sacrifice the barracks, it's like as long as he can get back in time. Oh, the Invoker shouldn't have stuck around. Oh, that's a little bit unfortunate. You can do one or the other, but you can't do both, and he's gonna pay for it. So
here comes Sven. He has his BKB completed now, so he's trying to do something.
He's gonna maybe. Oh, Rain just walks away again, and now
I mean, he's
gonna.
Aegis.
It's right there in front of him. They've got the gem on the ground. Rain is going to fall. I'm not sure if it's going to end up being enough. They also have the Witch Doctor there. Crush connects onto 3. DTT in some trouble. Rain is there in front of all of them. Going to be able to bring down that Beastmaster. He's gone. Kato dead. And it looks like they have it as well. And that's an ultra kill and a GG. Lordy, lordy.
You know,
Yeah.
Dota 2. Sometimes you gotta make decisions in life, you know? You'll look back and you'll think, could I
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. The secret is out. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's top barracks has fallen. The Dire now have regulators. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. May the Drow keep you safe. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire victory. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban.
Alright, ladies and gents, welcome everyone to our Dota 2 Professional League 2016 or DPL Season 2. Yeah, this is DPL T or T League. Okay, the match between Team Agility Forever Young versus MLG Gaming. Based series, guys, and this is the first game of the series.
10 seconds remaining.
Forever Young,
5 seconds
drafted by
remaining.
LPC. Oh, it's there, but
Reserve time.
it changed the roster, I guess. It used to be Shao 8. Now it becomes LPC.
Dire team pick.
Big Gaming drafted by DTT. Another strong team, you know, MLG Gaming is out as a tier 1 team too in Chinese team. I've been casting a Chinese
10
team
seconds
a lot now.
remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Reserve time.
First time waiting for the first 2 picks. Agility Forever Young, what's it gonna be? Still got a lot of good heroes in the pool at the moment. Outworld Devourer Ban. Life Stealer and Stomps still could be a thing for the Agility Forever Young. Some RageQuit also not bad, you know. Having a good scout hero is always in the Chinese scene because the Chinese is really they put a high prioritize on all the scouting heroes like the bounty hunter. Good. And King first pick.
Dire team pick.
It's been first pick in every region for the Sand King. Every tournament that I have casted in the past 1-2 months, always Sand King.
Radiant
I'm
team
kind of
pick.
surprised that actually came up with the Sand King for the first 2. I mean, you don't have to rush King Disruptor like that. You can just, you know, and picking a Disruptor like that, MLG Gaming knows that no heroes can counter Timbersaw. No, I don't think LGD is going to pick Keeper the Light, so it's gonna be easy for Timbersaw to play. No
Radiant
mana
team
leak,
ban.
quite hard for them. One good thing about today is I already upgraded my, and it will be like more than double time better than my usual quality. I remember last week that I cast, right? I only used like 1000 bit trade, so the stream quality will look like shoot.
Reserve time.
Don't no wonder. But now I paid more. I went to the internet shop yesterday and I was like kind of pissed on. I was like, hey dude, you gotta give me the better internet because I keep getting flamed from the chat, you know. And she was like, oh, I understand your situation, so I got
Radiant team ban.
mad on them. And this is what I get. Sometimes you gotta be a little bit cruel on people, even though you know that that is not good. It's not good for the situations, but sometimes being a kind guy
5 seconds remaining.
not gonna help. So yeah, I got a better internet and I'm very happy.
Reserve time. Dire team pick.
So you're gonna experience the top-notch performance just like in studios. I am streaming at the max bitrate that Twitch TV
10 seconds.
can let one streamer do. Streaming at like
5 seconds. remaining.
3.5k bitrate. Super high.
Reserve time.
Super strong internet. I'm so happy with that. But now we are in the third pick of Team MLG Forever Young. Probably why the just like I said, pick disruptor first review 5 heroes, and especially when you pick a disruptor when Timisaur is still there in the pool, instead of holding some cards for keep it alive. Try to pick another hero to counter the Timisaur there. MLG Forever Young. Last 30 seconds of MLG Forever Young. What's it gonna be? Invoker.
Radiant team pick. Ten
Got it, I
seconds
see.
remaining.
Hello. How much settings?
5
So it's all
seconds
fine.
remaining.
Max.
Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Boy, for MLG Forever Young. Everyone asks and because you think it's a little too much for the initiator.
Dire team ban.
You're not a siren. Seems like VC Gaming will want to play 4v5, so they pick some strong heroes that can handle a lot of heroes like Axe with a Vanguard, Dinosaur with reactivate armor. Sometimes you're not a siren.
10 seconds remaining.
But other
5
core
seconds
heroes,
remaining.
I think the last hero in VC Gaming is going to be some train supporters.
Reserve time. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
A light standout. MLG Forever Young.
Reserve time.
Having a Faceless War is a hard carry with going for power tree. I think of Aquila, Lincoln here. That style is also not bad. So many guys putting their Faceless War as a hard carry these days. Really happy with my internet. My new internet is just awesome, man. You know, a week ago my stream looks like shoot, just like I mentioned earlier. Because I can only use like 1000 bitrate. I'm sorry, I can't stop tracing my new internet. This is actually the first day that I stream with a super high quality. I hope you guys happy with it.
Radiant team.
Rana, last ban from Team Gaming. Might be some position 5 heroes. A range would be great. A lion. Something that can save people from the
10
chronosphere.
seconds remaining.
Vengeful Spirit, do you think?
5
Vengeful.
seconds
All
remaining.
range heroes. I already got 2 tanky heroes.
Reserve time.
Even B Nagasara mid is kind of a hard carry.
Ten seconds remaining.
Nagasara. Nagasara is back to popular again. Right. The track,
Dire team.
not bad. The track as a position 4 thing, everything as a position 5.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I want to talk a little about our sponsor wheat maps. That's
Reserve
good
time.
stuff. I really want to try the wheat maps.
10 seconds remaining.
That would be great.
5 seconds
Last pick for
remaining.
Vichy Gaming? I'd be forever young. What's it gonna be?
Anti-mage.
Oh, they're gonna use a Sand King. Right? It's gonna be awesome, guys. Cool. Anti-mate versus Nagasara, holy moly. God. As a caster, you'd be
10
happy.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Do some quick intro first to play who in this game for Team Vichy Gaming in the Radiant side. DTT and Rubik. Ghost on Nara Siren. Yang on Axe. Y on Leshrac and N on Timbersaw for LFY. Our side LPC on Disruptor. Super on Invoker. Charwade on Sand King. Monet on Anti-Mage and Yao on Faces Void. Haha! Right. Are into the. Ooh, the whole team so from gaming. Oh, gonna be a fire from start. Came in just to play some of the rewards so the place here is to see the gang and also blocking the camp. Very important. Camp can be pulled here, and it will draw the offlaner back. I mean, to the tower, and it's gonna be quite easy to tank it down. Most players.
The battle begins.
Oh, a double body rune. That's what I thought, and it actually became true. That's gonna be quite hard for Super to deal with the Nagasar in mid lane because it's gonna be late. Some of his small items in order to get the hand of Midas quick. Chinese word coming out. Guys, feel free to comment about the stream quality. This is the first day of my new newly upgraded internet. So I would like to hear what you guys think about that, so I can just maybe adjust make bitrate more. Sometimes when you put full high bitrate, I'm unable to watch. So I want to hear your comment. Team is all disconnected. So bottom lane is gonna be a dual lane for both teams. And teammates by Monet, the Marana, Timbersaw, and Truck. Right. I think it would be quite hard for Invoker, to be honest. No way he can stop that Naga Siren from farming, especially now with the full man shield. And it's also not easy to take Naga Siren down with the gang because Naga Siren 7 armor. The poor man shield. What do you expect? So to take him down, to be honest. This is a good thing of having a Naga Siren mid. He got high armor and also the fast movement speed and also got some spells to him. Now let's take a look at the bottom lane better. Dropping quite low for F1, trying to walk back to the tower, but he died before. Very nice kill by the disruptor. So him with the thunder strike. And BC can get something out of this team fight? I don't think so. Monet just gonna dive in. Playing a little aggressive on LFI is actually worth. Team BC Gaming falls.
Double damage. 'Tis mine.
Yeah, man, new internet. That is right, new internet. So no more lagging stream. For now, if stream lag, it's because of the perfect world server. It got nothing to do with me, because my internet is super. Maybe actually I upgrade my download internet. I have a better connections on perfect world servers. Who knows? My internet might beat the Chinese firewall. Build the wall, they say. Having a very good farm. BG Young on top, leading in terms of CS. Siren, Tornado came out. And teammate. They have a good time at the bottom lane, only got 10 CS. Now let's take a look at top lane. Gang gonna get brought down by 3. Rest of team. Oh, it seems like this is trying to help him with the telekinesis. However, Axe go down anyway. Not able to help him with the DDC. Let's get this one for the LFY. Even though anti-mage having a hard time at the bottom lane, but he's the kind of hero that once he got a Bell Fury, he can farm up any time. So they are not so worried about that. Ring up Queen of first. State of attack, he might go straight for a face swoop. Data having a travel boost. And I increase damage in order to compete with those. First strike on top, after the target, but he'll be fine. He got 900 HP, not that easy at all to take him down. It's a way for the anti-mage. Playing the anti-mage off lane is kind of interesting laning. Why? Having a Yao as a hard carry instead of the Faceless Void. If you take a look at the heroes, you see that LFY might in the late game. I mean, Naga Siren can be taken down by a Faceless Void Chronosphere. The only hero that can kill Naga Siren is Faceless Void because the Chronosphere is actually faster than a song. So just blinking Chronosphere, then forming some other damage. Enough. Bang. It's also here, Burrow Strike and that's gonna be a kill. I might give it to Yang. I'm sorry, Monet. Yeah. Oh my god, amazing. Big mistake made by Team LFY. They were waiting to give the last hit to Monet. But what turns out is Faceless Void want to join, a little bit too, but as he gets chopped down by Ash before he goes down. That's actually a 1-5 for Ash. You ask me, because he threw like 4 heroes of Team LFY to top. H3 for another core heroes for Team LFY. I'm sorry, for Team VG. That's pretty bad play by Team LFY. Sorry.
That truck out.
Everybody is so excited about our newest sponsor, Wheat Maps. Yeah, me too. Not gonna miss. Man, imagine what's it like in our Beyond the Summit studio right now in LA. Oh, here we go, DTT. Drop down some of the wood. Setting up the Patrick field, locked out at DZ. That's the kill for that axe, killing spree broken and ready to go for more. That might be a double kill for that axe. BG Game back into this game in style. I've actually have had a very good rotating for top, but seems like VC Gaming hero lineup works. Having 2 heroes. Being able to fight 4v5 and left alone that Naga Siren farm. Away. Ready to strike in with the Sand King level 3 burst strike. Smoke of the Seed. This is position 4 Sand King. Strike.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Down.